All right, Ms. Rivers, are you ready?
Yes.
We'll get back on the record. Day 2 of 21 SC 178032. It's State versus Watson and Scott. We've got our prosecutors here. We have Mr. Francis here along with his client, Mr. Watson. We have Mr. Adams here along with his client, Ms. Scott. Good morning, everyone. We have all of our jurors, fortunately, and we are ready to get going. I want to get on the record my ruling on the alibi notice, and then we'll see if there's anything else we need to cover before the jurors come in. I have reviewed the alibi notice that Mr. Francis filed. As he shared yesterday in the pre-jury selection conversation, he filed the notice just as soon as he was apprised by his client that there was a possible alibi in the case. He acknowledges that it was deficient in the sense that it wasn't more than 10 days before trial starts, which is required by OCGA 17-16-5. But he justified that by explaining he filed it as soon as he and his client had discussed the contours of the alibi that was set forth in the notice. The state has asked that I exclude alibi evidence, claiming that it's prejudicial, meaning the lack of time they've had to prepare for it, and the late disclosure was done in bad faith, not by Mr. Francis, but the late disclosure by the defendant. There's also an argument about relevance insofar as if the alibi isn't a complete alibi, then it may not be relevant. I'm going to focus on the prejudice and bad faith piece. I find that the state has been prejudiced by the late disclosure, and I'll note that it was late on 2 dimensions. It was not within 10 days of trial per the statute, but I also have a scheduling order and a standing order that require alibi notices to be filed further in advance. Mr. Francis could not have complied with that because he was not counsel of record when those deadlines hit and moved on. But other lawyers representing Mr. Watson didn't meet that deadline. I find that the state has been prejudiced by having insufficient time to investigate potential rebuttal evidence to the alibi, whether that would be obtaining cell phone information or other location verification information that would show that either the 2 people who are the alibi witnesses, who would be Mr. Watson's sister Paris and his cousin Ms. Cullens, weren't at the place they say they were at, or that he wasn't at the place that they say he was at. I also find that the notice was prejudicial in that it was insufficiently specific. It didn't include where it was that Mr. Watson was supposedly present when he wasn't at the scene of the alleged crimes. Mr. Francis was under the impression that it was at an address associated, I think, with Ms. Watson, the sister. Mr. Abate was able to do some, or his team was able to do some investigation and learned that the sister and the cousin were going to say that Mr. Watson was at yet another address not listed in the alibi notice. The notice also didn't specify timeframes, hence Mr. Francis saying it's a partial alibi that these witnesses will say during some of that window of time that would bracket the alleged armed robbery and then the shooting death of Ms. Jones, that during some of that time, Mr. Watson was with his sister and or his cousin. Also find his bad faith, again, not by counsel Francis, but by the defendant. Mr. Watson was arrested about 3¼ years ago. And in my review of the docket and everything else connected with this file, there's been no mention to anyone other than Mr. Francis on the eve of trial about this possible alibi information. Multiple lawyers, none of whom filed any alibi notice, multiple court appearances. importantly, it wasn't the first meeting between Mr. Francis and Mr. Watson that Mr. Watson said, well, wait a minute, here's an alibi. And I find that the two alibi witnesses are not strangers to Mr. Watson. This wouldn't be a situation where Mr. Watson would be saying, you know what, I was hanging out with these guys. I don't remember their names. It was 3 years ago. And so I'm having trouble figuring out who they were. But Mr. Francis, maybe you can help me find them with this contact information. It was his sister. That's someone he knows well. And also someone who could have come forward herself to contact any one of these lawyers who have represented Mr. Watson, her brother, could have contacted law enforcement, could have contacted the prosecutor's office to say, you've got the wrong guy. My brother was with me during the time of the armed robbery, was with me during the time of the shooting death of Ms. Jones. And then finally, there's this shifting story piece where what Mr. Watson appeared to have relayed to Mr. Francis is a little different from what the two alibi witnesses were relaying to the state. And so I find that that meets the bad faith component. And given that, and consistent with the law of Rembert versus State at 324, Georgia Appeals 146, I will exclude the alibi evidence at this point. I'm happy to revisit it if something changes during the course of the trial. Mr. Francis, please get on the record what you want to get on the record to preserve your objection to my ruling, et cetera.
Yeah, just that, just the objection to the ruling.
Okay. Mr. Adams, really not your piece of the equation here. Anything you want to get on the record concerning the ruling on the alibi notice?
No.
Mr. Abadi? Okay. Anything from the state before we bring the jurors in? Hold on one second. Anything from the state before we bring the jurors in?
Yes, I have one issue that was just brought to my attention that it may be moot based on whatever conversation Mr. Francis is having with his client.
Okay. Well, let me move down to Mr. Francis. Anything we need to talk about before I bring the jurors in?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Okay. I'm around all day, so if we need to talk later, we'll do that. Based on Mr. Francis's answer, is there something you need to bring up, Mr. Abadi? Okay.
Yesterday you signed an order for or production order for Durante Robinson or Durante Austin Robinson, and from Henry County. What we have been informed this morning as we were going to pick him up is he has COVID and they won't release him into the custody of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office investigators. So that creates an issue as it relates to Mr. Austin, as he is a material witness to a lot of the evidence in this case.
Okay. Is he able to appear virtually as a plan B?
I can definitely inquire. I'm not sure what the capability of the Henry County jail is or are.
Okay.
But I'm assuming with COVID, they had to take the same protocols that the rest of America had as it relates to the criminal justice system. So that's something we can definitely find out. Okay.
Well, that would be step one. Then I need to talk with counsel for the defendants to see if they're even comfortable with that. Do you know how far along this individual is with the diagnosis? As in, hey, you know what? Tomorrow it's going to be okay because he's on day 10. Let's do that. It might mean that the state has to call witnesses in a different order, but let's figure that out, as well as the video teleconferencing capabilities at Henry County. And when you've got more info, then I'll engage the other lawyers as well. Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Abadi?
No.
Okay. Mr. Francis, at this point, still nothing.
Right.
Okay.
I would have no objection to the witness appearing virtually.
Okay. All right. We'll see if we can make that happen. Mr. Adams, you said you wanted to approach. Was there something we could talk about? We don't have jurors in here.
Mr. Abadi and I agreed to talk after certain things were done. We want to see if he still wants to.
Yeah, I mean, we can.
So maybe during the break, you all can talk. I mean, what I'd like to do is get going with, unless there's something you need to talk about right now. We've got jurors waiting. Okay. All right. So then I'm going to bring the jurors in. I will swear them in, give them some basic operating instructions, and we will turn to opening statements. Let's get them, please. Okay, not like they ran away. They're just otherwise occupied. Okay, be at ease, everyone, for a couple more minutes.
All rise for the jury. All jurors are present in the county court.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone can be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I feel like I haven't seen you guys in 8 hours. Appreciate everyone doing their best to be on time. Like we had one straggler, but we had some bad road conditions. Some of you called to let us know you were struggling. That's real important because then we don't worry about you. One of you who got here late, we couldn't reach on the phone and we're a little concerned. So make sure you keep those lines of communication open if you're running late, just to let us know. But we now have everyone we need in place. We had transport issues on my staff side as well. And we are ready to move forward with the trial. You have met your home away from home, which is the jury room. That is your space. While you're back there, the food that's back there, the snacks are for you. There's bottled water in the fridge. That's for you. You're welcome to bring the bottled water out here or your own water. Don't bring brown beverages or anything else. No red Gatorade that would otherwise stain the beautiful carpet that is beneath you. But you're welcome to bring water out here. And if you're ever running low of anything in the jury room, let me or Deputy Gordon or someone else know and we'll restock it. We will try to make the space as comfortable as possible for you. Those are your restrooms, your microwave, your K-cup machine to use while you're there. And while we're on breaks, and you were on sort of an early break while we were tackling a couple of pretrial matters, you also can fan out along that hallway. If you want to walk to the inn, there's a window out there and whatnot. Just when you're in the hallway, if you're going to be on your phone, low voices, because I have colleagues with chambers down the hallway and they'll come find me to say your jurors are noisy. So feel free to spread out just in the hallway. Don't be super loud so that I don't get fussed at by my colleagues. So we are going to begin the trial in just a moment. I need to do two things before the lawyers start doing their things. One, I need to administer the jury oath to you all. Yesterday, you took the voir dire oath. Today is the oath that officially makes you jurors. And then I'm going to give you some preliminary instructions, a little bit about the law. Most of the law that you'll get from me will be at the very end of the trial. And then a little bit about the procedure of what the trial is going to be like, not meaning what the evidence is. I don't know that, and that's not my role, but what the process will be like and a few rules that will govern the way that you participate in these proceedings. Before I do that second thing, we're going to do the first one, which requires you all to stand up and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that you shall fairly try this case between the state of Georgia and Emmanuel Watson, who is charged with murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, criminal damage to property, armed robbery, and firearms offenses, as well as Shaquille Scott, who is charged with conspiracy to commit armed robbery, and base your verdict solely on the evidence? Please say yes if you so swear or affirm.
Yes.
Does anyone not so swear or affirm? All right, thank you. You're official jurors now, 1 through 14. You've got new numbers. A couple things about where you're sitting and the notepads that you've got, and then I'll dive into some of the descriptions of the process. You are free to take notes throughout the trial. You are not required to take notes. There's no exam at the end, but you will be deliberating at the end. And as you're deliberating, you will be relying on your collective recollection of what the witnesses said. You will not get transcripts of witness testimony. If you are deliberating on Thursday, whenever you're deliberating, hey, what did Steve Smith say? you're going to need to remember what Steve Smith said because there are 14 of you, or because you jotted down the high points if you choose to take notes. But again, you don't need to take notes. Your notes should remain private until you begin your deliberations. You then may refer to them and show them to your colleagues as you all are trying to remember exactly what happened. Your notes will be destroyed when the trial is over. So if you're writing down impressions or sketching, we've had some jurors who like to draw the lawyers and whatnot. They'll be shredded. They won't be posted online. You don't need to worry about that. But they are a useful tool for some folks. Do not try to write down everything that is said. You can't do it. There's one professional in this room who's able to pull that off. That's Ms. Rivers. But if you spend too much time buried in your notes, you will miss important aspects of the trial. One of the things you do is decide the credibility or believability of the witnesses. And sometimes you can do that because the witness will say something crazy. You know, the sun was up at midnight. All right, I don't believe this witness. Sometimes you are assessing credibility looking at how the witness reacts. Maybe when the witness is answering questions from one side, the witness is open and engaged and is looking at you all. And then when the questions get hard, the witness starts to sweat and not make eye contact and look away and fidget. And that may inform the way you are assessing the believability of the witness's answers, but you'll miss that if you're trying to write down word for word what was asked and what was said. So feel free to take notes, keep those notes private until you begin your deliberations, and they'll get shredded when the trial is over. Second, where you're sitting, there are no assigned seats. I'm going to nudge you all to rotate a bit because you will literally get a different perspective of the trial. If you're in these 4 seats, you're going to get a real good view of the witness. If you're in those 4 seats, you're going to get a real good view of the side of Mr. Abadi's head. Those are different parts of the trial, and you should see different parts of the trial. So unless you need a particular seat because you need to stretch your legs out on that end, or you're just more comfortable being in the nook, rotate around. Don't always stay in the back row. Don't always stay at one end versus the other. There are no assigned seats. The defendants in this case are charged with various crimes, that is, violations of the laws of Georgia. I'm going to read to you the indictment in this case. You'll get this document during your deliberation, so feel free to take notes as I read the legalese of this charging document, but this is one of the documents that will be with you in the jury room when you are engaged in your deliberations. Count 1 of the indictment charges Emmanuel Watson, also known as Pon, P-O-N, with the crime of murder. And the allegation is that the accused, Mr. Watson, here in Fulton County, on October 20th, 2020, did unlawfully and with malice aforethought cause the death of Eva Marie Jones, a human being, by shooting her with a firearm. Count 2 charges Mr. Watson with felony murder, and the allegation is that here in Fulton County, on October 20th, 2020, Mr. Watson did unlawfully during the commission of a felony, that felony being aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, as is alleged in count 4, which I'll be reading in a minute. Mr. Watson caused the death of Eva Marie Jones, a human being, by shooting her with a firearm. Count 3 charges Mr. Watson with another count of felony murder, and the allegation is that here in Fulton County, on October 20th, 2020, Mr. Watson did unlawfully during the commission of a felony, this one being criminal damage to property in the first degree. He did cause the death of Eva Marie Jones by shooting her with a firearm. Count 4 charges Mr. Watson with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and the allegation is that here in Fulton County, on October 20th, 2020, Mr. Watson did unlawfully commit an assault upon the person of Eva Marie Jones by shooting her with a firearm, that firearm being a deadly weapon. Count 5 charges Mr. Watson with criminal damage to property in the first degree. The allegation is that here in Fulton County, on October 20th, 2020, Mr. Watson did unlawfully, knowingly, and without authority interfere with an apartment assigned the alphanumeric designation 10A, located at 532 Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta, that being the property of Spencer William June, and that Mr. Watson did so in a manner so as to endanger human life by shooting the rear window of the apartment with a firearm. Count 6 charges Mr. Watson with possession of a firearm during commission of a felony. And the allegation is that on the 20th of October here in Fulton County in 2020, Mr. Watson did unlawfully have on and within arm's reach of his person a firearm during the commission of at least one of the following felonies against and involving the person of Eva Marie Jones: murder, felony murder, the aggravated assault that was charged in count 4, and criminal damage to property in the first degree. Count 7 charges Mr. Watson with armed robbery, and the allegation is that here in Fulton County on October 19th, 2020, Mr. Watson did unlawfully, with the intent to commit theft, take a wallet, the property of Spencer William June, from the person and immediate presence of Mr. June by the use of a handgun, an offensive weapon. Count 8 charges Ms. Scott with the offense of conspiracy to commit armed robbery. The allegation is that Ms. Scott here in Fulton County on October 18th, 2020, did unlawfully, together with one or more persons, to include Emmanuel Watson, also known as Pon, conspire to commit the crime of armed robbery. And at least one of those persons, Scott or Watson, did an overt act to effect the object of the conspiracy. Specifically, Mr. Watson traveled to the location of 532 Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta and asked to purchase marijuana from Spencer William June. Count 9 charges Mr. Watson with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. This is a separate count from count 4. The allegation is that here in Fulton County on October 19th, 2020, Mr. Watson did unlawfully commit an assault upon the person of Spencer William June by pointing a handgun at, toward, and in the direction of Mr. June, placing him in reasonable apprehension of immediately receiving a violent injury. And this handgun was a deadly weapon. And finally, count 10 charges Mr. Watson with a different count of possession of a firearm during commission of a felony. The allegation is that here in Fulton County on October 19th, 2020, Mr. Watson did unlawfully have on and within arm's reach a handgun, this being a firearm, during the commission of at least one of the following felonies against and involving the person of Spencer June: armed robbery and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon as charged in count 9. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the allegations in this case. They are not evidence of guilt, and you should not consider them as evidence or even an implication of guilt of any crime whatsoever. The defendants sit before you with the presumption of innocence in their favor, and this presumption remains with both of them unless it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that a defendant is guilty of one or more of the crimes charged. A defendant should not be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of that crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. I'll be giving you the elements of murder, armed robbery, etc. at the end of the trial. The lawyers may talk about them before then, but I'll be giving you the list. This is what the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt for each of those offenses. This burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, rests with the state throughout the trial. There's not a point at which I hit a button and say, all right, the state's proven enough. Now let's see what the defense has to say. That will never happen in the trial. The burden is always on the state. However, the state is not required to prove the defendant's guilt beyond all doubt or to some mathematical certainty. The burden is to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And that phrase means just what it says. It's a doubt based on common sense and reason. It's not a vague, arbitrary, or speculative doubt. It's a doubt for which you can give a reason, and that reason arises from your consideration of the evidence, lack of evidence, or conflicts in the evidence. These defendants, who are both presumed innocent, bear no burden of proof whatsoever. I mentioned during voir dire, you might not hear from Mr. Adams or Mr. Francis again. I bet you will, but you don't need to because they have no burden in this process. It will never shift to either of those lawyers to do anything on behalf of their clients, but they have an absolute right and ability to present whatever evidence they want to present. If, after giving careful consideration to the evidence in this case, you find that your mind is wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, that is a doubt of the law, and you must acquit that defendant. But if no reasonable doubt exists in your mind about a defendant's guilt, you would be authorized to convict. The basic structure of a trial is as follows. In a few moments, I'll be quiet and all the parties will be given the opportunity to make what is called an opening statement. This is something of a preview of what each party thinks the evidence will show, a forecast. It's not evidence itself. When these lawyers are talking to you in their opening and their closing, none of that is evidence. It's their view of what the evidence will be in the opening and what the evidence was when they give their closing. When the openings are done, the state will begin presenting its case, and I'll ask Mr. Abate to call his first witness. When that first witness answers the first question, you will have received your first bit of evidence. Evidence will come to you primarily from the testimony of witnesses. The other primary form of evidence will be exhibits that are entered. It could be a photograph or a piece of clothing or whatever evidence the state or the defense has accumulated during their investigation in the case. So evidence is what witnesses say and exhibits that are admitted. It is not what I say. It is not what the lawyers say. At some point, the state will rest. I'll ask Mr. Abate to call another witness and he'll say, Judge, the state rests. That will be time for a few legal things we need to work through. We'll get a break. But when that break is over, then I will turn to the defense attorneys to see if they're going to present any evidence. They have no burden, and so they may not, but they have the ability to. And so in the same way that Mr. Abate or his colleagues call witnesses, Mr. Francis could call a witness or Mr. Adams could call a witness. Eventually, the defendants will rest as well, and we will turn to the phase of closing arguments or summations. And that's when the attorneys will get back up and argue to you what they think the evidence has proven or failed to prove. That's when they attempt to persuade you to decide the case in their favor. Guilty, not guilty. And you should feel free to be persuaded. That's the goal of the presentation. But remember, what the lawyers tell you the evidence isn't what the evidence is. You all decide that. So a lawyer may get blue in the face saying, by golly, this was proven. You decide whether it was proven based on all the testimony you heard and the exhibits that were admitted. When the lawyers are done with their closing arguments, I will give you a more detailed legal charge about the elements of these allegations and more about your burden and how deliberations will work. And then you will go into the jury room and begin your deliberations. During trial, the lawyers have the right to object to evidence if they believe its admission would be inconsistent with the law. You see this on TV, a lawyer stands up, objection, and they may say hearsay or relevance or whatever the objection is. I need to rule on those. If I sustain the objection, that means we have to go in a different direction. If I overrule the objection, then whatever question was asked may be answered and we keep on heading in that direction. Lawyers from time to time have motions rather than objections. Objections are ruled on the spot. I may ask a lawyer, well, tell me a little bit more about that, but I'll rule then and there, and we will move on. When a lawyer has a motion, it is usually more substantive, and it typically means we need to talk about something outside your presence. The lawyer may need to articulate why something shouldn't come in, but in articulating it may be saying things that you ought not to hear if I'm going to exclude that evidence. I encourage the lawyers as best they are able to keep their motions to things we can handle before you get here and after you leave or during lunch. So we try to cabin it that way, but sometimes that's not how a trial flows, and I may need to give you an extra break. You'll be all right with that. It makes it a little choppy. I have to rule on those motions as well. Nothing that I say in front of you in ruling on a motion or an objection should be viewed as my indication that I think one side is doing a better job that the proof is stronger in one direction, that I have a view on the guilt or lack of guilt of either of the defendants. I am merely ruling on the objection or the motion by applying the law as I understand it to the situation that presents itself. Every once in a while, when there is an objection, I may sustain it, and the lawyer who made the objection will say, well, I move to strike that testimony, or the juror should disregard it. And if I agree with them, I'll actually tell you to do that. And that may seem a little silly. I'll say, hey, that thing you just heard, unremember it. I just told you to unremember it. So you're probably going to think, well, I maybe want to hang on to that. I mean it when I say it. And the way you need to police that is that when you get back to your deliberations, if one of your group says, hey, remember that time when that witness was asked whether the lighting was good at the apartment complex, and started to answer and said, well, this guy told me the lighting was great. It was an objection and we had to disregard it. If I told you to disregard it, you all need to police that and say, the judge told us not to worry about that we shouldn't consider it. Before you think that's just not realistic, don't panic. If what a witness says is so central to the work you need to do, the motion isn't going to be to disregard. It's going to be, we need a new trial. If a witness says something that is so fundamental to your decision of guilt or not guilt, and it gets blurted out, we have a bigger crisis on our hands. And that's when a lawyer would make a motion for a mistrial. So if I'm asking you to disregard something, it's usually very, very peripheral. You probably won't even remember it by the time you begin your deliberations. But if it does come up, I need you all to say, wait, we were supposed to not pay attention to the fact that the guy said he was wearing a blue shirt, whatever it was. We talked about my role and the lawyer's role. You all obviously have an important role in this case as well. You are the fact finders. You are deciding what happened on October 18th and 19th and 20th of 2020, if anything happened at all. That's your role in this process. Well, I'll give you the law that you must apply. You'll decide what the evidence is and the weight and impact of that evidence in this case. In doing so, you will necessarily be deciding the credibility or believability of the witnesses. We already talked about that real briefly. In considering credibility, you are free to consider all the facts and circumstances of the case, as well as the manner in which the witness testifies. That's your perception of how he or she is testifying, and the witness's interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case. Now, in fulfilling this role of fact finder, you may from time to time have questions of your own. Usually it's the lawyers who ask questions, and I may ask a few if I'm confused about something that was said. The way we handle that is that you all will write your questions down. You don't stand up and just pop a question to a witness. But when a witness has finished his testimony, all the lawyers have had a chance to question the witness. I'll ask you all if you have any questions. And if you do, you're going to write them on those note cards. There's 3 stacks of note cards there. We have an infinite supply. So if you run out, we'll bring you more. Simply write on one side as many questions as you've got. You can use more than one note card. Write them down. You don't need to identify yourself. We don't link the questions to a juror. I will collect all those cards at the end of a witness's testimony. I'll read them, and the lawyers will have a chance to read them because they need a chance to object. In the very same way that lawyer X could ask a question that calls for impermissible hearsay, so could a juror. So I will filter the questions. Those questions that are legally proper questions, I will then ask the witness. When I'm done asking your questions of the witness, the lawyers will have a chance to follow up. Oftentimes, you all have opened up an area that the lawyers didn't even think about, that they're interested in, and so they'll follow up based on something that you asked. But the way you need to scratch the curiosity itch is by writing your questions down, not hopping onto Google to say, hey, this witness just used a word I don't understand. It was a technical term, and I'm just going to look it up and see what it means. Don't do that. I'm going to talk about that more in a minute. But importantly, if you have questions of witnesses, write them down, and at the end of that witness's testimony, if there are proper questions, they will be asked. It is important that you pay close attention to the evidence as it is being presented. As I mentioned, there'll be no transcripts. There's not a rewind button to say, hey, I dozed off a little bit. Could we just replay the last 10 minutes of the witness's testimony? Answer, no. So if you find that you are fading out and losing focus, let me know. Let Deputy Gordon know, and we'll take a break. We will break normally mid-morning, hour for lunch, and mid-afternoon. We'll break any more times we need to keep you guys on point. I think you will find a lot of this is keeping you on point. But if you start to fade and you didn't bring one of those peppermints out with you, let Deputy Gordon or someone know, and we'll take a break. It's important that you view this evidence with an open mind and resist the temptation to draw conclusions until the trial is over. Importantly, your deliberations, your group discussion of what this case is all about does not begin until the evidence is closed, you've had closing arguments, and I've instructed you on the law. You can't really make a meaningful assessment of guilt or not guilty verdict until you know what the elements are that the state has to prove. You might hear a witness say something, say, by golly, that is bad news for defendant X. But you don't know what it takes to prove aggravated assault. So you can start forming opinions in your head, but I urge you to keep an open mind. Up first is the state. They're going to present the evidence that helps their case. If the defense chooses to put up a case, the stuff that's bad for the state might not come until later in this process. And so you want to avoid saying, well, that first witness and the whole trial convinced me I know what this case is all about. Maybe, maybe not. So make sure you continue to process the evidence as it comes in throughout the trial. You may not, under any circumstances, conduct any independent research. Don't go to this apartment complex on Cleveland Avenue to get a look at it. If it's important to see what it looks like, the lawyers are going to get you pictures of it. And if the pictures didn't work, you can ask questions of, is there a picture that shows the front door or the back door? And if that evidence is available, it will be presented. You may not supplement the evidence that's presented in court with your own outside research. And the reason for that is pretty common sense. If you go home and get online and say, I want an aerial view of this, maybe that's not what the building looks like anymore. You're seeing it, it's not how it looked before. But more importantly, the lawyers don't have a chance to ask questions about it and give you their perspective on it. So don't go online, don't do any outside research, don't ask each other, well, hey, did you know what this meant? It's not up to the jurors to decide what a witness meant until your deliberations begin. You ought to ask the witness, what did you mean by that? When you answered a question from Mr. Adams, what was that phrase? And then we'll just ask that witness again, and the witness can explain her answer. So please, no outside research. If it is brought to my attention that one or more of you engaged in any outside research, it probably means a mistrial, meaning we have to do this all over again. And I promise you, if you were the one who caused that, you will watch the retrial. You will be here for the retrial and maybe a couple other trials as well. It is an expensive use of your time to be here. And if we find out on day 4 that one of you was going nuts on Google looking stuff up, you ruined it for the other 13, and we're going to have to start all over. Until you begin your deliberations, please don't talk about your impressions of the case with each other or people outside this group. When you go home tonight, resist the temptation to unload on your roommate, your pet, your kid, your significant other, and say, man, I got to tell you what this is all about. That well-meaning person could say, oh, I was a juror once. Let me tell you what that really means. Or I've been in a situation like that. And guess what? That's outside information. That's not information that the lawyers can listen to and object to or try to rebut. So you need to be in a little bit of an information cocoon while the trial's going on. I don't think there will be any media coverage of this. So I don't think you need to worry about changing the radio station or the TV station when you get home or when you're driving home. But when people ask you how it's going, just tell them it's going great. You're really lucky to have Judge McBurney, and that's all you have to say. When the trial is over, you can talk about it all you want. This is not forever confidential. It is you in this information cocoon until you've reached your verdict. After that, you can write a book, write a song. It's not secret, but we need to protect you from well-meaning people saying, let me tell you how you need to solve this problem, because I've been there before. And they haven't been there before. They were in a different trial in a different place involving different facts. This is a unique case with a unique set of jurors. That's it from me. I appreciate you listening, and I'm going to ask Mr. Abate or Ms. Jones-Connor if either of them is ready for an opening statement.
Yes, Your Honor. calculating, callous, and catastrophic. Those three words describe this defendant's actions on October 19th and October 20th of 2020. And I struggled with using the word catastrophic because it's a large word and but it's a word that literally describes the actions and the consequences of the defendant's deliberate actions on October 20th, when he riddled the home that Miss Ava Jones and Mr. Spencer June shared at 532 Cleveland Avenue with rifle rounds, shooting that patio, the back window, shooting all areas that he could with no regard for anything or anyone. As Miss Ava Jones laid in bed that early morning on October 20th, around 5:30, she laid in bed asleep, helpless and defenseless, as the defendant riddled her body and sprayed the home of Mr. June and Miss Jones with the rifle rounds. Now, Miss Ava Jones, you're going to learn from the evidence. Everyone knew her as Miss Rita. And what the evidence is going to show is that Miss Rita was 59, about to be 60 years old. And she shared apartment 10A with her longtime partner, Mr. Spencer June. And they had lived in apartment 10A, and they had made apartment 10A their home. And it was a home that they lived in and spent time together and enjoyed being together in. And what the evidence is going to show is that Miss Rita depended on Mr. June. And what Mr. June will tell you is everyone called him Junie. So Miss Rita really depended on Junie. And the reason why is because Miss Rita was confined to a wheelchair. So she needed Mr. June to get around. And she laid there, not being able to protect herself, not being able to run or roll, as she got shot by this defendant for absolutely no reason other than callous and calculating catastrophic consequences and reasons. Now, if you look at the screen, this is what apartment, the building, apartment 10, or the building 10 looked like. And it's got apartments A through D on this side, and then on the other side of the building, you've got another set of 4 apartments. And in order to get into the apartment that Ms. Rita and Mr. June shared, you had to go through that door, and this is the inside of their kitchen and their living area as you immediately walk in. And as you can see, it was very lived in. They had made this their home. They took pride in it and they took time in sharing and decorating it. And the defendant took that from them. But that's the least of what the defendant took, because on October 20th, he took Miss Rita's life. Miss Rita was shot multiple times. She was shot in the head, she was shot in the arm, she was shot in the leg. You're going to see evidence by photographs of what Miss Rita looked like. And you'll see that her wrist, her arm is hanging by a thread because of the rifle rounds that struck her wrist and went through her body. Now, what I want to tell you before we get into the facts and the evidence, the meat of the case, is that this case has a lot of moving parts and pieces. It spans over a span of days, but as the moving parts and the moving pieces come to a stop, as they all come together, they all lead to these 2 defendants. They all lead to Mr. Watson and Ms. Scott planning to arm rob Spencer June, and they all lead to the next day, Manuel Watson, in an attempt to eliminate the surviving victim of his armed robbery, Spencer June, causes the brutal death of Miss Rita Ava Jones. Now, I want to talk to you about two dates specifically that I've mentioned. The first is October 19th of 2020. And as I described, on October 19th of 2020, this defendant and a co-conspirator attempted to steal everything from Mr. June. What the evidence is going to show is the only thing they got as Mr. June came outside of his apartment 10A, early that morning. He'll tell you it was sometime between the hours of 7 and 8. He came out because he heard something above his apartment. He lived on the bottom floor, and when you come out of his apartment, you can go up some stairs and they go up and around. There's another 2 sets of apartments upstairs. And he knew that he shouldn't be hearing noises up there because the apartments weren't being lived in. They were abandoned at that point. They weren't leased. And so he went to investigate. And as he did, the defendant and his unidentified co-conspirator of the armed robbery requested that he sell them some weed. And he said something, but I don't understand why you're up there. And the next thing you know, they both pull guns. And they point the gun at Mr. June's body and his head, and they demand money and all the belongings that he had with him. Mr. June stands there with his hands up. They rifle through his pockets, they get his wallet, and then he begins to fight back. He feels violated. He knows that the helpless and defenseless Miss Ava Jones is on the other side of his door. So he begins to try to wrestle the gun from the defendant, who has it pointed directly at his head. What Mr. June will tell you is, as a result of this scuffle, both the armed gunmen run out the door, they run past the pavilion, and Mr. June runs after it because he knows that they have his wallet, they know where he lives because he came out of his door, and he attempts to try to get them. And what Mr. June will tell you is that as he's doing that, as he's running after them, they begin to fire at him from a distance. And luckily, he isn't hit. He's able to go back to his apartment. He's able to talk with Miss Rita about what happened. And he immediately, what he'll tell you is he starts canceling all of his credit cards, his bank cards, whatever card he has in his wallet. And he's able to successfully do that. And what he will tell you is there was a small amount of money in that wallet, and he was able to cancel the cards. So there was not a whole lot of money lost in the sense that he wasn't able to use his credit cards because he did the smart thing to immediately cancel. Now, what the evidence is going to show is that Mr. June that day walked around the apartment complex because he knew that they lived there. He knew he recognized one of the young males. He believed that he had recognized him from the building behind him, in building 15, and that he lived with someone that the neighborhood knew as Red. And he began to talk with his fellow neighbors and people who live in the surrounding apartments and apartment buildings, and word got out that he was looking for him, and got out and got back to this defendant. And as word got back to defendant Watson, he began to concoct a plan for attempt to eliminate Mr. June, the surviving victim of his armed robbery. And he did that by the next morning around 5:30. He brings a rifle. He comes alone. He comes from the building behind 10A, where Mr. June and Miss Rita lived or resided, and he began to just spray the area of apartment 10A with bullets. Just spray it. And as he does, he connects several times with that apartment. not only putting the lives of Mr. June and Miss Rita in danger, but anyone who's living in the entire building 10. And Mr. June hears what was going on, and he wasn't hit. He was able to get out of the direction of the bullets because he was sleeping in the other room. What he'll tell you is because of the incident or the armed robbery from the day before, he injured his back and was having to sleep on the couch because it was more comfortable. And Miss Rita, lied in their bed alone, and she was shot multiple times by this defendant. And what you will see and what the evidence will show is the damage that was caused to the back patio, the back windows, the back door, the bedroom that Miss Rita and Mr. June shared, and the ultimate destruction that he caused to Miss Rita's body as she lay asleep in the bed she shared with her longtime partner. Now, after Mr. June is holding the woman he loved, he is attempting to provide her care. He's attempting to stop the bleeding. He calls 911. You'll hear that call. You'll hear the distress in his voice. You'll hear the frustration in his voice as the 911 operator attempts to help him give aid. But you will hear him keep saying, just send somebody, send somebody. My wife is dying, send someone. She's still alive now, but she needs help immediately. And as a result of that call, members of the Atlanta Police Department arrived a short time later, roughly 5 minutes after the call was received. Members of Grady arrived in an attempt to provide care to Ms. Rita and immediately rush her to Grady Hospital. What the evidence is going to show that the damage and the destruction to her body, being struck in the head, and the arm, and the legs, and in her torso, it was too much for her body to overcome. And what the evidence will show is that she was pronounced dead almost immediately as she arrived to Grady to receive that critical medical care. Now, at this point, the investigation really starts to cook up or to really get heated. APD Homicide arrives. You're going to hear from the first homicide detective that arrived, is Detective Scott DeMeester. He's going to tell you that his first steps that he did was to survey the damage that was done to the scene, to apartment 10A. And as he's surveying, he's looking through, it's clear to him that the shots came from outside of the building. And he's going to tell you as a result of that, he called in a canine handler who you'll hear from, Sergeant Spurl, and he brings his canine and they begin to look at the survey and canvass the area behind Building 10. And as they do that, they locate rifle shell casings and other shell casings in the back, in the woods area that led towards Building 15. And as a result of that, crime scene is called in, they'll collect the evidence, and you'll see that evidence during the course of this trial. At that point, Detective Malone, who you're going to hear from, arrives, and he's going to tell you that he was assigned as the lead detective because he was first in the rotation for this homicide. And he's going to tell you the first steps that he took as he arrived. He also surveyed and canvassed the area of the scene. He's going to tell you the attempts that he made the day that he arrived that morning on October 20th to locate witnesses, to talk to anyone who could provide any sort of information as it related to the shooting and death of Miss Rita. He's going to tell you he spoke to Mr. June first, and that Mr. June provided his account of what I just described that happened on October 19th and October 20th. He's going to tell you that he's walking and canvassing the entire apartment complex that's located at 532 Cleveland, the Pavilion Place, all the surrounding buildings within the complex. And as he does, he's able to talk to the security guard and security officer. And you're going to hear from the security officer, Mr. Elijah Hunter. And what Mr. Hunter is able to relay and describe to Detective Malone is that the day before the shooting, October 19th, he came in possession of Mr. June's wallet in the area of where the shooting that had occurred on the 19th, where the defendants were shooting at Mr. June as they ran away, and Mr. June was attempting to get his wallet back. And he returned the wallet back to Mr. June with the money missing, credit cards missing. And what he was able to tell Detective Malone was that in talking with Mr. June and what Mr. June described, he too recognized the description of the young male and was able to provide to Detective Malone not only building 15, but the specific apartment, building 15, apartment L. And Detective Malone uses that information to get the lease and uses the information that's provided to him from both Mr. June and Mr. Hunter as it related to the fact that they both knew that in 15L, there were two females that lived there. One that they knew as Red, the other they knew had a younger brother who had recently started to come around. He then speaks to the groundskeeper, Mr. Durante Austin. And as he is speaking to Mr. Austin, or excuse me, Mr. Hunter, is when Mr. Austin kind of approaches him. And what Detective Malone will tell you, and what Mr. Austin will tell you, is that he was fearful to talk to the police in the open out at 532 Cleveland Avenue. So he provided them a note, the apartment that he lived at, and then he provided on that note, which you'll see, apartment 15L. That's what he wrote. His apartment, an apartment 15L. So Detective Malone is able to arrange a time to speak to Mr. Austin in a more, for lack of better words, conspicuous manner. So the surrounding residents and the defendant he knew lived there didn't see him cooperating or speaking with the police. And when he does, he's able to describe that he hears the shooting that morning on October 20th. And he hears the multiple gunshots, the gunshots that led to the death of Miss Reader. And he describes after hearing those gunshots, he immediately gets up. And when he gets up, he sees a young male, a black male, walking towards building 15 with a rifle. And he goes as far to say that he recognized the rifle to be a rifle that fired .223 ammunition. So what he specifically tells Detective Malone is that he's seen it. He bought one for his daughter for range practice, and that what he could tell looking out his window is that this young black male was holding what he believed was a .223 rifle. And that's important because the rifle casings that were collected on the scene behind building 10 leading towards building 15 were .223 shell casings. .223 fired shell casings. So Detective Malone continues his investigation, and he knows that he needs to locate the brother of one of the occupants in 15L. So he begins to do and conduct a search as it relates to both the leaseholder that he's able to determine is the defendant Shaquille Scott, that everyone in the neighborhood knew as Red. And through his search, he was able to determine the second female who was in a relationship with Miss Scott, the evidence would show, is Jeffrana Alford. Once he got the names of both defendant Scott and Jeffrana Alford, he is able to then do a kind of a family search as to the siblings for both. And what he's able to learn through that search is that first, that Ms. Shaquille Scott was in custody in the Fulton County Jail, and that custodial incarceration began on October 11th of 2020. So just 8 or 9 days before October 19th and October 20th of 2020, when the armed robbery and the murders occurred. And what the evidence is going to show, and what you're going to learn from Detective Malone and other members of law enforcement, is that when somebody within the jail makes a phone call, each and every phone call is recorded. So knowing that Miss Scott was a resident of apartment 15-0, he began to listen to her calls. And specifically, he began listening to the calls for the morning of October 20th, 2020, the morning that Miss Rita was murdered. And as he begins to listen to the calls, he hears a conversation between Red, as she refers to herself, and a male that she calls Pon or Pun. And they're having a conversation, they're talking, and during that conversation that occurred at approximately 8:45 in the morning on October 20th, Detective Malone hears the male describing that he is looking out the window, he's looking at the crime scene tape of the crime scene, that somebody got hit. He's describing that the intended target was June, the person he had armed robbed the day before. And he's able to describe the details in which he committed the shooting that led to the death of Miss Rita. So Detective Malone doesn't stop there. He continues to listen to more jail calls, but he listens to calls that occurred before October 20th. So he goes back October 11th, 12th, 13th, 17th, 18th. He's listened to all the calls before. And as he does that, he comes across a call on October 17th and 18th, where both defendants are planning and describing how Mr. June should be armed robbed. They talk about the fact that it's the old man, June, that lives behind them. Here on those calls, both defendant Scott and defendant Watson talking about how the armed robbery should go down. You'll hear Ms. Scott advising the defendant he should cover his face and that he should ask for the weed and try to get into the apartment so he can get everything. And the reason that you're going to learn that Ms. Scott is so involved in the planning of this armed robbery and why she's encouraging the defendant to arm rob Mr. June is because she wants to get out on bond. She wants him to use the money, proceeds of whatever he was going to get, or they were hoping he was going to get from the armed robbery of Mr. June, to bond her out of custody that she had been in since October 11th. And what you'll also hear, and what is clearly evident from the phone calls, is that Ms. Scott, the defendant, was in a romantic or sexual relationship with the person she's talking to, Pon, which the evidence will show is Emmanuel Watson. And during the calls, what she continually refers to the male, Emmanuel Watson, other than Pon, is that he is the younger brother of Jeffriana. And you hear her say, send this person a text, say this is Pon, Jeffriana's younger brother. You will hear during those calls when she is talking to the defendant, Emmanuel Watson, put Jeffriana, your sister, on the phone. Those identifying things that lead Detective Malone to the identity of the shooter, the person who murdered Ms. Rita, and the person who armed robbed Spencer June. Now, as Detective Malone is able to determine the actual identity, if the name of the shooter, instead of Pon, he's able to determine it's Emmanuel Watson. And what Detective Malone will tell you is that after getting that information, he then takes a picture of Emmanuel Watson and puts it in a photographic lineup, a 6-pack lineup where there's 6 separate photos of people like skin color, like hair, common age, things of that nature. And he puts that photograph in a lineup and shows it to Spencer June and asks Spencer June to look at the lineup and asks if he can identify anyone as the person who committed the armed robbery against him. And as Spencer June is flipping through the photos, what Mr. June will tell you, what Detective Malone will tell you, happened as a result of him looking through the six-pack lineup. He's able to positively identify the defendant, Emmanuel Watson, as the person who robbed him at gunpoint on October 19th of 2020. Detective Malone will also tell you that he showed a photographic lineup of the same nature, but this time with Jeffriana Alford's photograph in it. And he shows that to Elijah Hunter, who went in detail and described what Jeffriana, the sister of what he believed to be the younger brother and the shooter, to look like. And as he does that, he's able to positively identify Jeffriana Alford as the person he was describing, further confirming the identity of Emmanuel Watson. After the lineups are shown to both Mr. Hunter and Mr. June, Detective Malone is going to tell you that he takes arrest warrants out. He takes warrants out for the armed robbery on both and for the murder of Miss Rita on October 20th on the defendant, Emmanuel Watson. He's going to tell you that after he obtains the arrest warrants for both defendants, with Ms. Scott already in custody, he turns the investigation of and the location or locating Emmanuel Watson over to the APD Fugitive Task Force. And he does that approximately, October 24th of 2020. And you'll hear from members of the Fugitive Task Force and the strategies and the things that they do to locate individuals or fugitives once they receive these arrest warrants for things like murder and armed robbery, as we discussed. And they get a lead on Mr. Watson's location. And so you will hear from Detective Steve O'Hare, who helped lead the APD Fugitive Task Force as it relates to the fugitive investigation for the defendant, Emmanuel Watson. And they were able to locate him and arrest him on October 29th of 2020. While APD Fugitive is doing the fugitive investigation, Detective Malone hasn't stopped. He's continued to talk to family members, a cousin named Tequila Johnson. He's able to talk to the defendant's mother, Miss Alford, and to confirm the nickname of Emmanuel Watson. And they are both able to confirm that his mother and the rest of the family, because of it, his mom had given him basically at birth the nickname Pon, and they all basically called him. That's what they knew him as. That's what his family and his friends will describe. That's what everybody called him. That's what Red, defendant Shaquille Scott, continually called him on the jail calls. You're also going to hear from some medical or scientists or scientific experts. You're going to hear from Dr. Karen Sullivan or her colleague, Dr. Michael Henniger, who both did or worked on the autopsy of Miss Rita. And you're going to hear from either Dr. Henniger or Dr. Sullivan that Miss Rita died. The cause of her death was gunshots to the head and her torso. He and or she is going to tell you that the manner of death was homicide. You're also going to hear from members of our Georgia Bureau of Investigation, specifically Ms. Morgan Persinger, who is a firearms examiner. And she's going to talk about the process that she takes and the analysis she does as she does the testing on ballistics evidence that she receives from any agency in Georgia, specifically here, the Atlanta Police Department. And what she's going to tell you as part of her examination and her analysis is that she was able to determine that all the rifle casings that were collected in the back of the area that was between building 10 and building 15 all came from one firearm, one gun that fired 223 rifle rounds. Now, some things I really want you to keep in mind as the evidence unfolds and as the trial continues through the next couple of days is that this isn't a memory contest. This is something that happened a number of years ago. And that's why reports are made, that's why recordings are done. So the best evidence, the evidence as it relates to the memory, the initial memories, and the immediate memories of victims and witnesses are recorded. So during the trial, you may see someone's recollection refresh with a report or with a recording. And that's normal, ladies and gentlemen, because I can't even remember what I wore yesterday. So that's the reason and that's the purpose. So you, ladies and gentlemen, get the best evidence. So you get the evidence frozen in time as each case moves through our criminal justice system. I want you to keep in mind that Mr. June, the other witnesses, Elijah Hunter, Durante Austin, they're not on trial. The trial is not about them. The trial is about Mr. Watson and Ms. Scott's actions, the things that they did and the consequences of their actions. And the fact that there's absolutely no excuse or justification for either one of their actions on the days leading up to and on October 19th, and then October 20th of 2020. And specifically the actions of the defendant, Emmanuel Watson, on October 20th show that he had absolutely no regard for human life. The evidence is going to show he wasn't concerned with anything but himself and robbing Mr. June and basically shutting Mr. June up for talking about him holding him at gunpoint, escaping responsibility, ultimately escaping the responsibility for his deliberate decisions and actions that he took on October 19th and October 20th, taking the life of Miss Rita, Miss Ada Jones. I want you to remember, or as you are filtering and listening to the evidence and as you're taking notes, as the judge described, notes are important because as good as Ms. Rivers is, she can't produce a transcript within the moment, within the time. So your transcript is going to be your notes. Your notes are going to be your memories. And you're going to take those back to the deliberation room at the end of the trial, at the close of the evidence. And your notes are going to be what you depend on, and what your memory depends on as it relates to all the evidence, all the moving parts that came out and unfolded over the next couple of days. And what your notes will show and what the evidence is going to be is that this defendant, both defendants, but Mr. Watson made conscious and deliberate and callous decisions, and his actions on October 19th and October 20th led to catastrophic consequences for Mr. June and for Ms. Rita, changing their lives forever. Changing their lives forever, making October 20th, 2020 a day that Mr. June will never forget. That he endangered the lives of not only Mr. June and Ms. Rita, but everyone around in the vicinity of apartment, building 10, as he just aimlessly fired his rifle in his attempt to avoid accountability. Those are the things that I want you to focus on, and that the evidence will be clear at the end of this trial. And I have the honor and the privilege to stand before you again. And when I do, I'll ask that you hold the defendant accountable for his actions, for his deliberate decisions, and for the consequences that those actions and decisions led to. The permanent consequences, the death of Miss Rita. Miss Rita forever no longer being in Mr. June's life. The trauma that Mr. June will forever remember and feel because of this defendant's actions and his conscious decisions. And when you do that, the evidence will be clear about this defendant's guilt as it relates to each and every count related to Mr. Watson. And the evidence will be clear as to the guilt of Ms. Scott for her single count in the indictment. And I'm gonna ask you to return a verdict that speaks the truth, the only verdict that speaks the truth, based on all the facts and all the evidence and the testimony of each and every witness that you will hear in the next couple of days. And I'm gonna ask you to return a verdict of guilty on each and every count of the indictment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abate. Mr. Francis, will you be giving an opening at this time, or are you waiving?
We are waiting at this time and we will present an opening after the close of the state's case.
Got it. Mr. Adams, same question. Are you going to give an opening now or waiving until later? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's perfectly appropriate. As I mentioned, at some point, the state will rest, and then we'll have to take up a few legal matters, and then I'll turn to the two defendants. And at that point, Mr. Francis will be in a position to give his opening statement as to the evidence he's going to be presenting, if he'll be presenting any. Same with Mr. Adams on behalf of Ms. Scott, which means we are ready for our first witness.
Take the call, Ms. Sharon Ladner.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth of God? So the Lord, you have a seat. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
Sharon Latners, SharonLatners.
Good morning, Ms. Ladner.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed?
City of Atlanta, communication, quality assurance, customer service.
And how long have you been employed with the city of Atlanta?
33 years.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about what you do with the city of Atlanta and what your roles and responsibilities are?
I am custodian of records for the 911 center. I handle all the incoming, outgoing 911 calls, dispatch calls. I handle all the audios for the 911 system. I handle all the subpoenas for the 911 communications. And I handle all the subpoena calls for the 911 center.
And when you talk about, I guess, the recordings of the 911 calls, can you, I guess, explain to the jury how those recordings are made when a 911 call comes into the center?
Well, 911 calls are recorded 24 hours. When an operator answers the phone, recording starts from the beginning, from the first time she answered the call. Once she answers that call from the caller, they provide her, ask her for police, fire, or EMS. If it's police, fire, EMS, we create an incident number for that call. The caller giving her the information. And on that CAD report is the date of the call, time of the call, time the call sent over to dispatch, the time that dispatch sent an officer out to the call, time he arrived on the call, and time he cleared the call. And also the type of call that he's going on.
Okay, and you said both the recording and the ACAD report is, I guess those both things that happen every time a 911 call is made and received.
If police, fire, or ambulance is needed, we create a CAD report.
And does the calls being recorded and the CAD report being generated, does it happen kind of automatically as it relates to what you just described?
Yes.
Okay. And are the recordings as well as the CAD reports, are they kept in the ordinary course of business as it relates to the APD 911 call center?
Yes.
Okay. And are you in your position the custodian of those records, both the 911 recordings and the CAD reports?
Yes.
Now, I want to show you State's Exhibits 286 and 287. Minutes, just look at those and then look up when you're done. And Ms. Latner, can you tell the jurors, do you recognize, and we'll start with State's Exhibit 286.
Yes, and do I recognize it?
Yes, do you recognize?
Yes.
Okay, and what is State's Exhibit 286?
It's a copy of the CAD report from the incident.
Okay, and how are you able to recognize that it is the CAD report for an incident that happened on October 20th of 2020?
It survives Atlanta Police Department calls for service and the incident number.
Okay, and I want to, I guess, direct you to State's Exhibit 287, the disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's a 911 calls from that day.
How do you recognize it?
I listened to the call and placed my initials on it.
Right, and all right, is that the calls and the CAD reports that you turned over or provided upon the request of the DA's office or the lead detective, Detective Malone?
Yes,
And do both State's Exhibits 286 and 287, do they fairly and accurately depict the CAD report and the 911 recordings that you provided as it relates to case number 2029-40285?
yes,
This time around, the state pretender was remarked as State's Exhibits 286 and 287.
Mr. Francis,
No objections.
Mr. Adams,
No objection.
they are both admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Judge. Now, I want to show you State's Exhibit 286. Now, Ms. Latner, can you tell the jurors, I guess, what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 286?
top of the CAD report.
Okay, and as you described, does every CAD report have the date and time which the call was, I guess, received as it relates to the 911 call?
Yes,
Okay, and in this instance, can you tell the jurors what date and what time was the call received?
came in October the 20th, 2020, came in at 05:41 a.m. hours.
And in looking at the CAD report, does the CAD report tell you the location, I guess, related to the call?
Yes, 532 Cleveland Avenue, Southwest, apartment 10A Adam.
And you said that the call came in at 5:41:55. You see where on the, I guess, the middle of the left-hand side of the report where it says E911?
That's E9, this time it came in through E911, 05:41:55 hours.
If you look, I guess, directly to the right of that, do you see where it says received 5:43:14?
That means once the operator finished the conversation with the caller, she sent the call over to dispatch, which for police to be dispatched on the call.
And then in the, I guess, the column next to where it says received, where it says dispatched at 5:45:24, is that when members or officers with the Atlanta Police Department were dispatched to 532 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes,
Ms. Latner, is 532 Cleveland Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, here in Fulton County?
yes,
And can you tell the jurors, in looking at the CAD report, is it depicted, I guess, what time the first responders, first responding officers were able to arrive at the incident location?
05:48:44 a.m. hours.
Roughly 3 minutes after being dispatched.
Yes,
And can you tell the jurors what was the reason for the officers being dispatched to that location at that early morning time?
advised person been shot.
Right. And if you're looking at the call, or excuse me, the CAD report, can you tell the jurors, is it recorded who, I guess, made the call and the number they made it from.
It advised a person named Spencer.
Now, if we continue to move down the CAD report, can you tell the jurors where it says unit ID? And in those columns, what does that represent?
Those are the different units that went out on the call,
Okay, when you say units, is that individual officers?
individual officers.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, when you are looking at the second page of State Exhibit 286, the CAB report, I guess within the CAB report, does the operator record in that report the things that the 911 caller is saying?
That won't be on page 2.
Okay.
That will be on page 3.
Okay.
When the call came through, the call advised wife shot through the window, 62-year-old female, gasping for air. Shot in the back and neck as well on the scene with multiple, well, it says as well on the scene, that's from the dispatcher side. But they advised female wife shot in the through the window, gasping for air, shot in the back and the neck. Then once she get that information, she transferred the call over to Grady so the ambulance can get started.
Okay. And as it relates to, I guess, your roles and responsibilities, as it relates to the records you described here today, did that kind of complete your part as it related to this specific incident?
Yes.
No further questions from Ms. Ladner at this time.
Mr. Francis, any questions?
No question.
No? Mr. Adams?
No question.
Jurors, any questions for Ms. Latners? No? Thank you, ma'am, for being here. Appreciate it. Next witness.
Ready to call Sergeant McManus.
Sit you right here.
It moves, just only if you pick it up.
You swear affirm that testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, Lord, have a seat. State and spell your name for the record.
Last name is McManus, that's McManis. First name, Robert, Robert.
Good morning, Sergeant
Morning.
McManus.
Investigator. Thank you for the promotion.
Can you explain to the jurors?
Can you take the exhibit down unless you were going to use it with this?
Moment, so thank you, Judge.
Thanks.
Can you tell the jurors where and how you were currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department. I am Georgia Post certified, and my current position is police investigator. It's now called the Major Crimes Response Team. When this incident happened, we were the General Investigation Squad.
Okay. And how long have you worked with or been employed by the City of Atlanta Police Department?
24 years.
And within your employment with the police department, can you explain to the jurors, I guess, some of the areas, departments that you have worked or manned as part of your?
I started Zone 2 Morning Watch, which is Buckhead. Then 9/11 happened and I was sent to the airport. I left the airport, went to Zone 5, which is this downtown area where I walked the foot beat, bicycle patrol, uniform patrol, plain clothes. 2007-ish, I went to the gang unit as an officer. I was up there for about 6 years. I made detective in 2013. I went to Zone 6 CID Evening Watch as a detective where I worked robberies, ag assaults, burglaries, you know, a variety of crimes. And then 3 months after that, I was sent back to gangs. And then I unceremoniously made some people mad, wound up in zone 1, where I spent some time in zone 1 CID. Same thing, being a general investigator, working variety of crimes, robbery, ag assault, burglary, you know, nothing that would fall into the major crimes purview. And then in 2017, I got moved up to this unit where we work from midnight to 8 a.m. I think at the time there were 5 of us, but there's only 4 now. We're the only detectives for the entire city of Atlanta, so we do everything. Our primary responsibility is adult missing persons and homicide, but we'll do SVU related crimes, robbery, ag assaults. We get notified on burglaries, other property crimes, kidnappings, pretty much everything. And generally speaking, we'll do the preliminary investigation depending on the totality of circumstances, and then we'll pass it off to the appropriate unit for further investigation.
Now, when, I guess, on October 20th of 2020, at roughly 5:40 in the morning, were you dispatched to the location of 532 Cleveland Avenue?
It wasn't dispatched. Zone 3 had came over and requested us that we come up.
And after that request, did you go to that incident
Yeah,
location?
went to the incident location, yes, sir.
And it's 532 here in Fulton County.
City of Atlanta, Fulton County, yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors, you talked about a little bit your experience working in the different zones. What do you mean by zones within the city of Atlanta?
So the city's broke down into 6 different patrol zones, 1 through 6, and then the airport. Though each zone's different as far as demographics, you know, residence, business. I mean, there's a variety of stuff. Some zones have a little higher crime than others.
You said the location 532 Cleveland Avenue it's located in zone 3?
Yes, sir. Zone 3, City of Atlanta, yes.
And can you tell the jurors, I guess, what is, I guess, the limits for zone 3? Can you describe?
I could not tell you exactly what those zone parameters are. You'd have to get,
That was a bad question. What can you tell the jurors the general area of where you were responding and where
Southeast Atlanta before you get into zone 6. So Cleveland Avenue, Metro, Lakewood, University, Pryor, Cleveland Avenue, what used to be the old Fulton County Stadium, for those of us who remember what that is. And then going over towards Dill, which butts up against Southwest Atlanta, which would be zone 4.
you arrived in that during the early morning of October 20th? Can you tell the jurors kind of what you first observed and what kind of the first steps you take as part of the initial investigation?
First thing I would do when I got on scene is I would talk to the responding officers and kind of get an overview of what took place. Do we have any witnesses? Where is our victim? What's the condition of the victim? Is it an inside scene, outside scene? What are our general totality of circumstances?
I want to show you. Thanks, good bits. States it was 2 and states it was 3. You'll take a look at those. Let me know if you recognize it. You recognize states it was 2 and 3?
Yeah, these the front and back of the incident location.
Okay. And the states that it was 2 and 3 fairly and accurately depict the apartment complex, specifically building 10 within 532 Cleveland Avenue that you responded to on October 20th of 2020.
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state would tender what's been marked states that it's 2 And 3 in evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Francis?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Adams?
Oh, yeah.
All right, they're admitted.
Now, can you describe for the jurors, when you responded, how long after the first or initial responders do you get dispatched or do you arrive?
That just depends on totality of circumstances. I mean, it could be
Let me ask.
minutes, sometimes a little longer, depending on how busy we are. I can't remember if I was out on another call before this or if I was in the office. But it's usually with a case like this, we try to get there as quickly as possible.
Generally, is it pretty fairly close in time to when the initial call is made?
It just depends on the totality of circumstances.
Okay. And when you arrived, you said you first spoke to some of the first responders. Can you describe for the jurors some of the next steps that you take as part of the initial investigations you spoke to? Did you speak to any witnesses?
I spoke to one gentleman, Mr. June, I think was his name, who was the live-in boyfriend of the victim.
Okay. And at that point, are you canvassing or is the crime scene roped off?
Yeah, the crime scene, we would have instructed the officers to go ahead and lock the crime scene down, get crime scene tape up, start a crime scene log, secure any witnesses, any other victims, no one in or out.
And what's the purpose of taking those steps as it relates to the investigation that you do and then any further investigation?
Integrity of the crime scene, chain of custody.
And were those steps based on your knowledge and recollection taken as it relates to this incident on October 20th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, how long are you, or I guess while you're on scene, do homicide or members of your homicide unit, the Atlanta Police Department, show up?
That also depends on, we have what they call the on-call rotation. So all the detectives are in the list, 1 through whatever. We catch a homicide, we'll call the number 1. Of course, he's on our watch. He's usually home in bed asleep. So we got to call him, wake him up. Depending on where he lives, depends on how long it takes him to get there. I've waited as little as 10 minutes and I've waited up to an hour.
You recall Detective Demeester showing up that evening?
Yes, sir, that morning, yes, sir.
Or that morning, I apologize. And once homicide, members of the homicide unit arrive, can you tell the jurors kind of what becomes your roles and responsibilities?
We'll fall into a support position. We'll let them take over the scene and then we'll assist them if they need any assistance.
That what happened here when Detective Demeester arrived?
Actually, by the time Investigator Demeester arrived, I can't recall if Investigator Malone was already, or the lead investigator was already there, but we turned the scene over to him and I do believe we left after that.
Okay. And as it relates to what you've described, this assistance and securing the scene and speaking to first responders, as well as doing the initial canvass and locating witnesses, that kind of complete your roles and responsibilities as it relates to.
Yeah, one of my teammates actually secured the search warrant to process the inside of the location. I think we were actually working on that or had just completed that when Investigator Demeester showed up.
Okay, and can you describe to the jury why that is done and how that, I guess, keeps the integrity of the investigation intact?
There's that, and so legally we don't need it, but because of the totality of circumstances, it's better to have that warrant signed by a judge to say that we can enter upon that property and seize any physical, tangible evidence as it relates to that ongoing crime. And the other thing is, you work enough of these, sometimes you never know what you're gonna find on the inside. That may or may not have anything to do with the crime, but we don't know that at the time. So we get a search warrant that covers a very broad spectrum of things to collect those items so it can be determined if for evidentiary value later on.
And after
In the
that's done,
investigation.
that complete your part and was the investigation turned over to?
Yeah, we secured the warrant, and then I do believe by that time Investigator Demister showed up. We turned the warrant over to him, and we turned the scene over to him.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions at this time. Defense counsel may have a few.
Mr. Francis, any questions for Investigator McManus?
No question.
No question.
None from Mr. Adams. All right, any questions from the jurors?
Yes.
Yes. So remember how we do it. You write them down. We'll play the Jeopardy music now, and you guys should feel free to write down any questions you've got. Just jot them down on those note cards, and Deputy Gordon or his colleague will collect them from you. Did it? Turn to me. Thank you. Thank you so much. Counsel? All right, Investigator McManus, thank you for your time. You may return to your beat or go to bed or wherever you are in your natural cycle of things. Mr. Abadi, if you call your next witness, please.
They were called Detective Scott Demister.
You swear first to the testimony will be the truth, please so help me. Yes, I swear to see. Please state and spell your full name for court.
Good morning. My name is Scott Demister. First name's common spelling Scott. Last name spelled Demeester.
Good morning, Detective Demister.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed, sir?
I'm employed by the City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been employed by the City of Atlanta Police Department?
23 years.
And can you tell the jurors where you are currently assigned or work within the police department?
I am a detective and I'm assigned to the homicide unit.
And how long have you been assigned to the homicide unit?
It will be 14 years next month.
And can you tell the jurors what your general duties and responsibilities are within the homicide unit for the last 14 years?
So right now I'm on the day shift. So I usually work 6:30 a.m. till 4:30 p.m. And my primary role right now is to be investigating any sort of like complex or high profile incidents that occur in the state of Atlanta, primarily surrounding deaths. And I also work primarily cold cases.
And can you explain to the jurors how, I guess, a lead detective is assigned as it relates to any specific case that your unit gets assigned?
Sure. So the homicide unit, we investigate primarily criminal homicides, any sort of questionable deaths, suicides, deaths in custodies, adult missing persons, active kidnappings with ransom, injuries to officers or officer-involved shootings. There's approximately about 20 detectives currently assigned to the homicide unit. We're quite shorthanded right now, like most police agencies. And how we operate is on an on-call rotation. So I kind of describe it like a pitching rotation. So if you are number one on call, homicide detective, regardless whether you're at work, you're at home, kid's birthday party, at home sleeping, the next death investigation or criminal homicide that occurs, you'll be notified, you'll be called in, and you'll respond, and you'll be the lead detective. If you are at work and you are available, you will be asked to assist, and that can involve several different measures, whether it's processing a crime scene or interviewing victims or witnesses. So several different things that you can assist with in a homicide investigation. But if you're the lead detective, you're in charge from the beginning until the end.
And is it common for members of your unit to assist the lead detective before the lead detective can arrive? Because, for example, you are on duty because you're working the overnight shift, and through the entirety of the investigation.
Yes, very common.
Can you tell the jurors why that's so common and why that's important?
Most of the time you're off, so most of us don't live in the city, so it could take an hour or so to respond. So if you're at work, obviously you can respond a lot quicker and assist. And some of us have specialized training on certain subjects, so sometimes we get called upon to assist in that, whether it's digital media or cell phone forensics or social media analysis. So a lot of times the lead detective gets assistance from several homicide detectives during several facets of the investigation.
And on October 20th of 2020, can you tell the jurors what shift or what hours were you assigned to work during that time?
So I usually get in the office around 6:30 in the morning to beat traffic, and I usually work till between 2:30 to 4:30 p.m. So the day shift, and we have two homicide shifts: the day shift, and then we have the evening shift. The evening shift folks usually start coming in around 2 p.m. and they work till around midnight, and then we have overnight. There's no homicide detectives that are actively working, and I believe you just met Investigator McManus. He's part of our general investigations unit, and they work overnight hours. So any sort of major incident investigation that occurs in the city, they initially respond. And if it's a major incident that calls for the homicide unit, then whoever the on-call homicide detective will get called in and will take over the investigation.
And as you began your shift on October 20th, were you called to respond to 532 Cleveland Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors why were you called or asked to respond to that location?
So when I arrived to work that day, the incident had already occurred and some of our general investigators were already out there. So seeing that I had just arrived to work, I was asked and offered my assistance to respond to the crime scene and help in any way that I could.
And when you arrived, can you tell the jurors kind of the first thing that you do when you initially step into or onto the scene?
Yeah, so we work alongside our crime scene technicians. Obviously, first want to make sure that the scene is safe, but the incident happened a couple hours earlier. So there's several uniformed Atlanta police officers on scene that had the scene secured, utilizing yellow crime scene tape. So got a preliminary idea of what had occurred, that there was an individual that was found inside the apartment that appeared to have been suffering from gunshot wounds. That person was transported to hospital where they unfortunately died. So that's how the homicide unit got involved. And so working alongside our crime scene unit, we did a walk through the apartment and tried to locate any items that may be of evidentiary value.
And when you are working alongside the crime scene technician or unit that also responds, can you tell the jurors, I guess, why it's important that a homicide detective and one typically walks the scene with the person who eventually processes it?
Yeah, we want to make sure that more than one eyes are on, so nothing's missed, and that we do a thorough examination so we can get kind of a primary idea of what may have occurred, and any item that could be of evidentiary value is properly photographed and collected.
And when you arrived, had the lead detective, Terrence Malone, had he come on scene yet?
No, he had not arrived on scene yet, no.
Were you the first detective that was assigned to the homicide unit with the Atlanta Police Department who arrived that morning of October 20th?
Yes, I believe so.
I want to show you State's Exhibits 145 and 146, and then 4 through 103. I know you had an opportunity to look at those previously, but would you flip through those to make sure you recognize them?
While he's doing that, number 4 through 103. So the big universe is 4 through 103. But then you started with 2 other numbers?
145 and 146.
145, 146. Okay.
Yes, I do recognize these.
And in your review, what are State's Exhibits 4 through 103 and then 145 and 146? What do they depict?
These are photographs that were taken by our crime scene technician, crime scene tech Green.
Okay. And did the photographs in those State's Exhibits, they fairly and accurately depict 532 Cleveland Avenue, specifically the area of Building 10 and Apartment A? You walk through crime scene tech Green with on October 20th of 2020.
Yes, they do.
This time around, the statement tender what's been marked as State's Exhibits 4 through 103 and then 145 and 146.
Any objection, Mr. Francis, to that raft of photos?
No objection.
Mr. Adams? Okay, they are all admitted. And ladies and gentlemen, that's a whole stack of photos. Mr. Abate explained to me before you came in, he's not going to put each one of them up at a time, but they're all in evidence. So you'll have them to review during your deliberations. Oftentimes, there are 3 photos of the same thing, but from slightly different angles so that we're able to recreate 3 different views of an object that maybe was of interest to the police. So all of those exhibits are in, and any of the 3 lawyers is free to publish them, meaning put them up on a screen so you all can see them. Whether they're published or not, they're all in evidence and you'll have all of them during your deliberations. Mr. Abadi.
Judge, even though we all want to spend the next 4 hours listening to Detective Demetrius describe each photo, can you tell the jurors, I'm going to put up State's Exhibit 4, and would you describe to the jury or tell them what they're looking at in regards to, I guess, where in place apartments were it?
It should be, I'm sorry, on the screen in front of you, right here, and you can hit the, what are the choices? Stay mute, exactly.
Okay. I apologize, I misspoke. State's Exhibit 2, which was previously admitted with Investigator McManus. Can you tell the jurors where in the Pavilion Place apartments are we?
So this would be looking at the rear, what I would describe the rear of the 10 building. Apartment A is the bottom right apartment. And this particular, you can't draw on it, this particular window.
There is a way to draw, if you'll tap the screen.
I got it, Your Honor.
Oh, you did it, sir. Look at that, a veteran.
Yes. So that particular window that I just circled, we noted several defects in that window that appeared to be consistent with bullet holes or gunshot wounds and this gunshots. And this is from the elevated position looking down at that window.
And if you're looking at State's Exhibit 2, or when you're looking at State's Exhibit 2, if you're going up the elevated part of, I guess, above Building 10, are there buildings that are behind that aren't photographed? I guess behind what would be State's Exhibit 2 sticker.
Yes, behind the photographer was building number 16.
Okay. And within that row, it's 14, 15, 16. It went in numeric order, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in State's Exhibit 3, can you tell the jurors what area we're looking at here?
So this is the front of building 10. You entered this door. It leads to 4 different apartments. There's an apartment to the right, an apartment to the left. The apartment to the left was apartment A. And if you went upstairs, there's 2 additional apartments. And the previous photo was behind this building.
And as we look at State's Exhibit 28, as you described, when you opened the door that we saw in State's Exhibit 3, is this the staircase and the way that you would enter into, I guess if you're to your, it's my left, but in the photograph, it's on the right. Is that how you would get into apartment A?
If I remember correctly, apartment A would have been the door to the left as you walked into this foyer here.
So if we're looking at the exhibit, is it on the side that's opposite to where the stickers, State's Exhibit 28 is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then if you were to go up those stairs, do you remember how many apartments are up there?
If I remember correctly, 2.
Okay.
So that I'm oriented, there's a floor mat on the floor there of Exhibit 28. Would that be at the entrance to A?
If I remember correctly, yes, sir.
Okay.
And as we go to State's Exhibit 31, would this be the entranceway and what you saw as you entered into apartment 10A?
Yes, and as you see, the letter A is clearly displayed on the entry door, and as you walk in, you appear to be entering the kitchen of the apartment.
And is that a wheelchair that is depicted in the kitchen, State's Exhibit 31?
Yes, that appears to be an electric wheelchair.
Now, can you tell the jurors as you first enter the crime scene, what you and crime scene tech Green initially do and what you're looking for?
The preliminary information was that the victim, the decedent, had injuries consistent with gunshot wounds. So we were looking for any sort of ballistics evidence, whether that's projectiles, fragments, cartridge casings, which are the shell casings, live rounds of ammunition, any firearms, any evidence or information that could assist us in determining how this individual had received these injuries.
And as you enter into the apartment and you kind of walk through the kitchen into the foyer and the den in State's Exhibit 40, can you describe to the jurors where and kind of what we're looking for within?
So this is now, we've walked through the kitchen and we entered, I guess, what I would describe as the living room. There was couches and chairs in this room, and these two doors right here led out to like the back porch patio area of this apartment.
And in your, I guess, review of that room and that area, can you describe to the jurors, did you see evidence of gunshots or bullets entering it?
Yeah, as you see in the blinds right here, there was some damage to the blinds, and upon closer inspection, it appeared that a projectile bullet had entered and broke that glass and came through and broke the and damaged the blinds.
And State's Exhibits 48 through 51, that should jump on the screen here in a second. Are these photographs, or do they represent a depict, I guess, closer up photos of the damage that you just described?
Yes, this is a closer up image of what we observed.
Okay, and is that the same with State's Exhibits 49?
Yes, as you see, the glass had been shattered.
And 50 and 51, are those just close-ups of the glass and the bullet holes that you've described that you were able to observe when you walked through the scene?
Yes, we observed this hole, which appeared to be possibly from a bullet.
You described that based on, I guess, the initial information that you had received, not only from the call that you responded to, but in reference to what you learned from the initial responders and the investigators. Did you proceed to the bedroom where you had been informed the victim had been shot?
Yes.
Okay. And in State's Exhibit 68, this State's Exhibit 68 depict the entranceway or the entryway into the bedroom where the victim was shot.
Yes, there were two bedrooms. This was what I describe as the back bedroom, or the bedroom on the back side of the apartment. Yes.
And is, I guess, the window that you first described in the State's Exhibit 2, is that window the window that you can see, I guess, through the entryway in 68?
Yes, that's the window I just circled.
Now, I guess, can you describe to the jurors as you proceeded into the bedroom, what were some of the first things that you noticed or saw as it relates to evidence of gunfire?
So on the bed, there was what appeared to be a large quantity of blood.
Okay, and as you,
Hold on one second. Can we get you something? Okay, well, why don't we take a quick break? And if it's quick, then we'll finish up with this. Otherwise, this may be the early start to our lunch. So let's just pause for a second. If we could let her get through. The rest of you can just stretch, but stay put, and we'll see how long our juror is out. So we're gonna break for lunch. How much longer do you have with Detective Denister?
less than 10 minutes.
Okay, so we were gonna break for, if you can wait till then, let's just take our lunch break, as long as we'll get our juror back in time. I'm gonna give her the time she needs. She doing all right? Okay. Better? Excellent. Keep that water handy. All right, so we're going to resume the direct examination of Investigator Demeester. I don't remember, we were asking questions about evidence in the bedroom, and you can take it from there.
Yes, so I think we left off talking about the blood that you saw on the bed. Can you see that in Exhibit 70?
Yes, part of it down on the mattress. Pen's not working.
It's okay. It's apparent. It's the red stains on the white bed linens, correct?
Yes.
Now, can you describe to the jurors as you walked through or went through the bedroom? Can you tell the jurors a little bit about, I guess, the evidence of gunfire that you saw within that room?
Yeah, closer inspection to the window, we observed several defects to the glass, and you can see holes in the curtains, and also the blinds were damaged as well, which led us to believe that the possible gunfire had come from the outside in, and based off the trajectory that the rounds possibly came from an elevated position. This is just another angle of the bed with the suspected blood on it.
Okay, so in Exhibit 87, is that a close-up of some of the evidence that you saw as relates to the gunfire or the damage from gunfire that you just described?
Yes, sir.
And in Exhibit 88, is that a further damage that you saw as it related to damage from gunfire?
Yes, sir.
And then lastly, as you roll the blinds up in Exhibit 93, are those, I guess, the markings or the shattering of the windows based on your training, knowledge, and experience? Is that from gunfire through those windows?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors as you went through the entire apartment 10A, can you explain to them kind of what your next steps were based on what you observed as it relates to the damage that you saw within the backside of the house?
So we checked in the rear behind the apartment, and we worked our way up to the elevated position up top by the 16 building with the assistance of our canine unit, which helps us locate articles. We discovered several spent cartridge casings or shell casings up on that elevated position by the 16 building.
The area that you just described, is that what we previously had looked at in State Exhibit 2?
Yes, sir.
We're starting with the technology lag, real beginning of the trial. So it's the hill area. That's where you had the canine go from, I guess, all over the hill in the elevated area towards buildings 14, 15, and 16.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as it relates to, I guess, other homicide detectives before the arrival of the lead, Detective Malone, did Detective Summer Benton also arrive on scene?
Yes.
And like you, did she also assist in the searching and the initial observations as it relates to the reason y'all were there for the call, person being shot?
Yes, she did.
And during both you and Detective Benton's search of the apartment and the surrounding areas inside of the bedroom that that the victim found where the bed was blood, was there a hamper with a firearm in it?
If I remember correctly, I don't believe it was in her bedroom. I believe it was in the front bedroom, if I remember correctly. Her bedroom was in the back bedroom, or what I would describe as the back bedroom. The front bedroom is where, if I remember correctly, the firearm was located.
Okay, so it was in the second bedroom as in the apartment?
Correct.
And was that firearm collected and put into APD property?
Yes, it was.
And as it relates to, I guess, your responsibilities and how you assisted in this investigation, did that kind of summarize or describe all the parts that you played as it relates to your arrival on October 20th, 2020?
Yes.
Any further questions for Detective DeMeester this time?
Mr. Francis, questions for Detective DeMeester?
No question.
Mr. Adams? Jurors, any questions for Detective DeMeester? Yes, okay. Deputy, if one of you could grab the. Thank you. Counsel? Can you put up, at the risk of the system not working, exhibit, well, you had one with Detective DeMeester that had the door open and he said you can see A on it, and you asked about a wheelchair. Okay. The question, Detective DeMeester, has to do with whether doors were locked when you arrived. And I want to break it down into two categories, because there is the door we see here in States 31, which, as I understand it, was the actual entrance to Unit A as opposed to Building 10. Was this door locked? Like, do you have to pry it open, or was it already open when you got there?
So when I got there, which was probably maybe an hour and a half after the incident had occurred, the door was open.
Okay, so how it was open, whether it was Mr. June who opened it or the police opened it, you don't know. It was.
Yes, I would not know the answer to that question.
Okay, and same question for the original door, the outer door to Building 10 that you showed us. This door here, was it something that had to be pried open by the police, if you know?
That I do not know. I would say no, because it leads to a common area with several other apartments, but I can't say for sure.
It was open when you got there?
It was open when I got there. Yes,
okay,
sir.
All right. Mr. Abate, any follow-up based on that?
In front of the state.
Mr. Francis?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Adams? All right, thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch now. You've given us about 2 hours, mostly uninterrupted, of your time. And I'm going to give you about an hour for lunch. A couple of operating instructions. Number one, it's fine to eat together. You don't have to eat as a group of 14. You can break into smaller groups. You can be by yourself or subgroups. The one thing you cannot do is talk about the case. You can talk about anything else, but don't over lunch say, well, what do you think so far? That detective, I don't know, good, bad, whatever. You might be thinking that, but don't engage with each other, because that's deliberations. And you haven't heard the whole case, obviously, yet. There's been no mention of, by any witness, of any suspects for what happened. So you have a ways to go as you acquire this evidence. Number two, no outside research. You see how it works, asking questions. If you ask a question that might call for hearsay, what did someone say to you? I can't ask that question because it would be improper for a lawyer to say, what did that person say? And so don't read into it. If your question wasn't asked, it just means that that question called for an improper answer, hearsay or speculation or something like that. But if you do have questions, this is how you get them answered. You write them down. You don't hop on your phone and Google it. You can go anywhere you want for lunch. We're going to try to reconvene in about an hour. That clock's a little slow, but it's official court time. So by that clock, it would be great if you all could be back by, say, 1:05. If you can't, we can't start without you. So in that one way, you're the boss. But if you could aim to be back by 1:05-ish on that clock, which probably be more like 10 on real time. I'll have the lawyers back here and their clients, and we'll dive right back into the state's presentation. Any logistical questions? Sir?
Just a housekeeping question. So the phone number, if I was to be late, that's just a rain all week. Would that be the phone number of the person that called me yesterday?
It would be my main chambers number, which is 404, and we'll write it on the board in there too. It's 404-612-6907. And that goes to Ms. Hansberry, who you've met. She's the one who came back there saying, enjoy snacks. But if she's not there, it rolls over to someone else, and ultimately I'll pick it up. So call that number if you're stuck. If you go to lunch and you get stuck, don't be driving anywhere to lunch. That's too far. I think there's a document in there that talks about lunch options. They're vending machines. There is a vendor who brings food here. American Deli is right outside. If you like wings or burgers or something like that. If you're into healthier food, bring it, because that's the best way to get it. There are a bunch of restaurants that Georgia State students go to. It's pretty hard to make it there and back and eat, unless you eat while you're jogging back with the food that you got from Broad Street. But the deputies can give you other ideas. We'll see you in about an hour. Take your notepads with you. You can leave them in the jury room, just don't leave them out here. Thank you for your attention so far.
All right, for sure.
Maybe tomorrow someone will bring us pizza.
If they hit my guess.
Boy, still sour about that. All right, you all can be seated. Mr. Abadi, tell me the symptoms of what's going on with the tech, because I'm going to have our IT people. They claim they fixed it, and when Ms. Jones-Connor was driving, man, the photos were coming and it was going. I don't know what changed.
I don't either. It's, because I did it differently this time. I made them all, I made the photos into PDFs and then put the exhibit stickers on and then made the PDFs back into images, JPEG, so we could much more quickly scroll through it.
Right. It worked well. And then I saw that dreaded kind of black box appear on something.
So it was the usual symptoms. Once that happens, the screen froze.
Okay.
We couldn't do the next photo.
Okay. I'll flag the IT folks and interrupt their lunch. Maybe there's a switch they can reset. Anything from the state before we break for lunch? Mr. Francis, anything on behalf of Mr. Watson? Mr. Adams, anything on behalf of Ms. Scott? All right, Ms. Scott, we need you back here by 1 o'clock. And Mr. Adams and Mr. Abate, make sure you all connect. I know Mr. Adams has been wanting to talk to you. And I will mute the microphone in here so you can talk and that won't be broadcast around the world. All right, Ms. Rivers, are you ready? Let's go back on the record in State versus Watson and Scott. Mr. Abate, are you ready for the jurors to come back?
Yes, sir.
Deputy Gordon informed you, you have a witness who is now in custody here?
Yes.
Okay. And you've got witnesses to fill up the afternoon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Great. Mr. Francis, anything we need to cover from Mr. Watson's side of things?
No, not at the moment.
Not at the moment. Okay. Mr. Adams, anything on behalf of Ms. Scott? Okay. Then let's bring the jurors in, please.
All right, adjourned.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Welcome back from lunch. Any adventures? Anyone try American Deli? Oh, come on. All right. Well, hopefully you were able to find something during the time that you had. You are able to bring your own food. Keep it in the fridge if you need it. You cannot get glass containers through security. So if your thought is tomorrow, hey, I'm going to bring something to heat up in the microwave, and you put it in a little Pyrex dish, the deputies will take it from you at the front door, and you won't be able to bring it in. No glass, no, if you were going to bring a fork and a knife, those won't make it through security. But Tupperware does, and soft spoons, those will get through. So thank you for being back on time. We are in the midst of the state's presentation. Mr. Abate, your next witness is?
It's gonna be me, Your Honor.
Ms. Jones-Connor.
Yes, and it's going to be crime scene technician Antoinette Green.
All right, thank you.
Raise your right hand. Do swear affirm that the testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Good Lord, I see.
Okay.
Can you
Thank
say this your name for the record?
Antoinette Green, ANTONETTEGREEN.
Good. Now, after Ms. Green, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Can you please tell us how you are currently employed?
I work for the City of Atlanta Department Crime City of Atlanta Police Department as a crime scene supervisor.
Okay. And how long have you been with City of Atlanta?
12 years.
Okay. And have you been a crime scene supervisor that entire time?
No, I've been a crime scene supervisor for 6 years.
And prior to being a crime scene supervisor, what were you doing then?
A crime scene technician.
Gotcha. And can you just tell the jury about what a crime scene technician does?
See, what we do, we respond to the scenes, we take overalls, photos of the scene, and collect evidence.
And how do you know to respond to a scene?
We have a radio call. We get called over the radio to respond to a scene.
And I want to direct your attention particularly to October 20th, 2020. Did you have the occasion to respond to a scene at 532 Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes.
And what county is that located in?
Fulton County.
Okay. And what was the nature of your response that day?
We had a homicide had occurred at that location.
And when you responded or arrived at the scene, what's the first thing you did?
We'll meet with an investigator and then we'll do a walkthrough. He will point out any evidence he wants me to photograph and collect.
Now, when you get there, you're meeting with that investigator. Is anybody touching or moving that evidence in any way?
No.
Okay. And then once you have completed that walkthrough with the investigator, what do you do next?
Then what I do, I photograph the scene as is. And then once I do that, then I go back again and photograph with markers or placards.
And particularly with the location at 532 Cleveland Avenue Southwest, did you take those photographs?
Yes, I did.
And did you use placards for the evidence that you spotted during your photographs?
Yes, I did.
I'm gonna approach you with what has been marked as State's Exhibits 104 through 162. If you could, flip through these for me and let me know if you recognize these.
Okay.
What was 104 through
It's 104 through 162, Your Honor.
minus 145 and 146? Got it. 162. Okay.
Yes.
And just for the record, in looking at State's Exhibits 104 through 144 and 147 through 162, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir.
And what do you recognize them as?
Those are the photographs that I took at the scene of the evidence.
Okay. And do they fairly and accurately depict true, accurate copies of the photographs you took of 532 Cleveland Avenue Southwest?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender State's Exhibits 104 through 144 and 147 through 162.
Any objection, Mr. Francis, to that universe of photos being admitted?
No objection.
Mr. Adams?
No objection.
They're all admitted.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
And in just a moment, you'll see, beginning with State's Exhibit 120 photographs coming up on the screen in front of you. Are you able to see it on that screen next to you?
This one is dark.
It's dark. So what's the screen say?
Mute, stay mute,
Yeah,
unmute.
click stay mute.
Okay.
And now there should be a picture of some ground.
Yes.
See that?
Yes, sir. I
Okay,
can.
great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, crime scene technician Green, Supervisor Green, excuse me. I know you were stating that there are a series of photographs that you take when you're photographing a scene, is that right?
That is correct.
Do you label them in a certain way?
Well, they're taken in a certain way. So like I said before, photos were taken of overall mid-range and close-up of all the evidence. And then once again, with the placards or markers, same series, overall mid-range close-up.
Understood. Now, when you refer to placards and looking at State's Exhibit 120, do we see what you're referring to as a placard here?
Yes.
And can you describe it? And then in this photograph, what it's pointing to?
Yes, it is a yellow plaque or a marker with a number 1 on it. And that describes what we're labeling as number 1 for the evidence.
And moving on to State's Exhibit 121. And in State's Exhibit 121, are we able to see what we're capturing or what's being marked with placard number 1?
Yeah, that would be our shell casing.
Okay, and generally speaking, what is a shell casing?
That is the fired portion of a live round or a cartridge that's been fired through the gun that has been ejected from the gun or handgun.
So does it indicate that a bullet, as we would maybe refer to it in layman's terms, has been fired?
Yes.
Okay. And in responding to the scene at 532 Cleveland Avenue, did you find multiple shell casings at the scene?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And the shell casings that you found at that scene, were you able to tell any characteristics of those shell casings?
Yes, on the head stamps, they describe what caliber they are.
And do you recall what caliber shell casings you found?
Yeah, well, they're in my report, but yes.
Would it refresh your recollection to view a copy of your report?
Yes.
If you could, read through that quietly to yourself, and once your recollection has been refreshed, look up for it.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, and after looking at a copy of your report, do you recall the different calibers of the shell casings you collected from 532 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
What were they?
They were 9mm Lugers and 223 rounds.
And moving on to State's Exhibit 125. What are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 125?
That's also marker number 2 with the shell casing.
And that is one of the spent shell casings found?
Yes.
And then in State's Exhibit 126?
Okay, yeah, that would be overall marker number 3 with a shell casing.
And then moving on to 128.
Yep, that's a close-up of marker number 3 with the shell casing.
Okay. And between markers 1, 2, and 3, are you able to tell which category those shell casings fell into?
Yes, as the first two that you see, they were a smaller round, and marker number 3 is a bigger, it looks like a bigger round. I can't really, it's hidden under the kudzu, so.
Understood. And moving on to State's Exhibit 133, excuse me.
Okay, marker number 5, close up of a shell casing.
Okay, now you were describing two different types of rounds, some smaller, some larger. And what we're looking at with marker number 5 in State's Exhibit 133, which category did that fall into?
That is the 9, the smaller category.
Smaller, okay. And now moving on to State's Exhibit 134. What are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 134?
Okay, these are overall markers, 6, 7, and 8. They're in the apartment in her bedroom, I believe.
And again, marking evidence that was collected from the scene?
Yes.
And moving on to State's Exhibit 136. What do we have here?
That's an overall of a handgun that was found in the basket, laundry basket.
And when you said earlier in her room, where are we now in State's Exhibit 136 as opposed to the earlier photos we were looking at?
On the outside, in the previous photos, they were outside around the grounds. And then as we walk in, we go into the apartment, and these are items in the apartment.
Moving on to State's 137. What do we have here?
Okay, that's a close-up of the handgun.
Now, as you are photographing, oh, and thank you, looking at State's Exhibit number 2, if we can switch to that one. And while that's coming up, while you are photographing the different pieces of evidence, are you collecting them as you go?
Well, how it works is we photograph first, and then after all the photographs have been taken, then we go back and collect.
And looking at State's Exhibit 2 on the screen in front of you, you were describing inside an apartment versus the grounds area. Can we see those areas in State's Exhibit 2?
Yes, this is the overall, see there, behind this apartment complex, there is an embankment. So you have apartments that sit up and you have apartments that sit down. The victim's apartment sat down, so I'm up on top of the embankment shooting down to the apartment.
Now, after you have taken your photos with the different placards of that day, do you begin collecting certain pieces of evidence?
Yes.
And what's the procedure of actually collecting evidence?
Well, as we collect, we will all go back to number 1, and we would collect in series. So my first collection would be the shell casings, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As we move into the apartment, then we would collect in order like that.
I'm gonna approach you with what has been marked as State's Exhibit 291.
291?
291. If you could, take a look at State's Exhibit 291 and let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, this is all the rounds that I collected bagged together, which would
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
which would be a total of 9 shell casings, 2 live rounds.
9 shell casings, 2 live rounds, all collected from that 532 Cleveland Avenue.
That is correct.
And how do you know that on State's 291, these are the shell casings that you have?
Okay, because this is marked with my initials, my signatures here. Also is marked on the back. For each individual piece, it is written out with my initials on it.
And I want to walk through those, because I know they are separately marked within State's Exhibit 291. So beginning with State's Exhibit 291A.
Is F, J, and C. Oh, wait, what are they? Okay, hold on one second. They are all individually marked. Okay. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Yes. 291A.
Yes.
Okay.
What is 291A?
It is 9mm Luger FC collected from the hill.
291B.
9 Luger collected from the hill.
291C.
C.
Yes.
A 9mm Luger FC collected from the grass area.
The grass area we can see there in State's Exhibit 2.
Well, it was leading, it could have been, yes, well, not all of it, but you know, as you walking into it, it's the grass area. And then some of it was like on the hill.
Understood. On the hill where you're standing to take State's Exhibit number 2.
Yes, that is correct.
And 291D.
9 Luger Hornady collected from the grass area.
291E.
9mm Luger FC collected from the grass area.
291F.
This is a 223 Remy collected from the glass area.
And how does a 223 Remy differ from a 9mm, just from how you photographed it or what you notice in your observation?
It's a longer caliber. It's a longer shell casing.
Understood. And proceeding to the next item.
Okay, this is also G. It is a 223 Remy collected from the kudzu. It was actually in the kudzu.
Next.
29H is 223 Remy collected from the kudzu.
And a 291I, I believe is the final one.
Right. 223 Remy collected from the kudzu as well.
And again, these are all the items that you collected, the shell casings that you collected from this location.
That is correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender State's Exhibit 291 containing 291A through I.
All right, I think you've described it well. Mr. Francis, any objection to the admission of composite States Exhibit 291? Mr. Dark, hello, welcome. Any objection to the admission of States Composite 291?
No objection.
Mr. Adams?
No, yeah.
Okay, admitted.
If you could put those items back in State's Exhibit 291, perfect. And I'm going to approach you. You said that you collect the items after photographing them in the order, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I believe the next thing we were looking at was the firearm from the bedroom. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, if you could take a look at State's Exhibit 290 and let me know if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My handwriting and also, well, the box, it's been, my initials are on the box as well.
And again, that's a typical procedure that you follow when collecting evidence?
Yes,
Okay, and is this the firearm that you collected from that same location on October 20th of 2020?
yes, it is.
And when we say same location, not up in the ivy, but this would have been, there was a photograph of what looked like a laundry basket or something.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay.
And the apartment.
In your honor, at this time, the state would tender State's Exhibit 290.
Mr. Adams, any objection to the admission of States 290?
No objection.
Mr. Dark?
No objection.
Admitted.
Thank you so much. And crime scene technician Green, is it typical sometimes when you are involved in an investigation to conduct any follow-up on a location?
Yes, it is.
Okay. In this particular case involving the homicide that occurred on that day, was any follow-up conducted?
Yes, it was.
Okay. I'm gonna approach you with what has been marked as state exhibits 165 through 203. You could take a look through these and let me know if you recognize.
Okay. Yes.
And in looking at states exhibits 165 through 203, do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize them to be?
Those are additional shell casings I came back and collected.
Fair and accurate copy of the photographs you would have taken?
Yes.
And when you say came back and collected, was that the same 532 Cleveland Avenue location?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender states exhibits 165 through 203.
So I'll ask counsel in a moment their thoughts on that. 163 and 164, you've leapfrogged over, which is fine with me, but I understood your first batch with Supervisor Green to go through 162. Is that correct?
Yes.
So 163 and 164, they're just out there, not in evidence.
Not yet.
Okay, not yet. Okay, wouldn't want to miss those two, whatever they may be.
Thank you.
Mr. Dark, any objection to the admission of states 165 through 203?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Adams,
Okay.
they're admitted.
And I won't painfully make you walk through all of those, but I do want to show you states exhibit 199.
Okay.
It'll come up on the screen in front of you in just a moment. And in looking at states exhibit 199, can you let us know what we're looking at here?
Okay, those are overall of the markers or placards 1 through 5, I believe. With it's marked where the shell casings were.
And how many shell casings were present on that day?
Right here in this photo, there's a total of 5.
And I know I'm not walking through all of them, but all of the shell casings you would have found on that day, would you have collected each of them?
Yes.
Okay, bagged and marked as normally followed?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to approach you with what has been marked as states exhibit 292. could take a look at State's Exhibit 292 for me and let me know if you recognize it.
Yes,
Okay, and how do you recognize it?
my initials on the back. My name's there.
At this time, Your Honor, State would tender State's Exhibit 292.
So that's a composite exhibit as well?
No, Your Honor, yes, it is.
Okay.
And I can walk through that now.
I don't mean to, if there's no objection, because the lawyers for the defendants understand it's 6 shell casings that were recovered. We don't have to do the A through F, but I don't want to skip that step if there's a concern on the defense side.
We can go ahead and have her identify, Your Honor, for the record, and then if
Okay.
it's okay with the court, I'll bring it back up again.
Great.
Okay. If you could, recognizing State's Exhibit 292, if you could, using your gloves there, take a look inside and take a look at State's Exhibit 292, A through F.
Yeah.
And in looking at State's Exhibit 292, A through F, do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
My initials, everything, the writing. Yeah.
And what is contained within State's Exhibits 292, A through F?
Shell casings.
Shell casings. And are those the 6 shell casings as indicated on the front of State's Exhibit 292?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender State's Exhibit 292 comprising 292A through F.
Mr. Dark, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Adams?
No,
Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Put for me, place State's Exhibits 292A through F back into 292 order.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I apologize if I already asked this, but just to clarify, were you able to determine the caliber of the 6 shell casings in State's Exhibits 292 A through F?
Yes.
What were they?
I'm just gonna read from the bag. There was 140 S&W. There were 3 9mm FCs and 2 40 S&W CBs.
So 9mm and 40 caliber.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you responded to that 532 location, I know you mentioned that, of course, there was a homicide as part of the nature of your call. Was there any investigation as to a robbery at that location?
Yes. When I returned back to the scene, that's these shell casings. They were placed up under the robbery incident, opposed to the homicide incident.
Okay, so at the same location that you responded to, that same apartment that we saw you photographing earlier in relation to the homicide, you also did an investigation related to a robbery.
Yes.
And was the robbery reported or that you were investigating related to the same time frame around October 20th, October 19th?
Yes.
Okay. And I know we spoke a little bit about follow-up, and in the times that you may follow up to a scene or a particular part of a case, does it pertain sometimes to an arrest location?
Yes,
Okay, and particularly in this case, dealing with the 532 Magnolia Way homicide, robbery related to that, did you on a later date take any photographs or collect any evidence related to that case number?
yes.
I'm gonna approach you with what has been marked as State's Exhibits 204 through 244. Same thing, you can take a look through these, let me know if you recognize them. I'll take those. And in looking through State's Exhibits 204 through 244, do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize them as?
Those are the photographs that I took on that particular day at that scene.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender State's Exhibits 204 through 244.
Mr. Dark, any objection 204 through 244?
No objection.
Mr. Adams, they are admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Beginning with State's Exhibit 204. Now, looking at the screen next to you, in front of you, looking at State's Exhibit 204, what are we looking at?
That is the location sign. We take a photograph of if they have a sign up, so that's the sign that's going into the apartment complex.
Okay, so the apartment complex you're photographing at this later date is the Magnolia Park Apartments.
That is correct.
Okay, and do you also during your photographs record specifically what location you would be reporting to there?
Yes.
Okay, moving on to State's Exhibit 207. What are we looking at here?
That is building number 813.
Okay, and was that the basis or the location you were responding to in connection with your call here?
Yes.
Okay, and that location, is it located within Fulton County?
Yes, it is.
And as you're at that 813 Magnolia location, do you photograph or note any items of particular substance?
Yes.
And what did you find?
There was a shell casing and also a phone and several different IDs that I photographed. I photographed an apartment as well.
Okay. Turn our attention to State's Exhibit 213. What are we looking here in State's Exhibit 213?
That's marker number 1 with a shell casing outside the apartment building.
And were you able to determine any characteristics of that shell casing?
Yes.
With that shell casing, do you recall what caliber that shell casing was?
I believe it was a 9.
And once you collect all of these items, the shell casing, the firearm, what do you do from there after you photographed and collected?
Okay, it's based on the investigator, if he wants me to do any processing on that. With the shell casings, I did do processing for latent prints. And basically what that is that we would super glue the shell casings. And then after the super glue, we would dust them with powder and determine if prints were of value on that. They were not. And then after that, I bagged them and send them up to our crime lab for ballistic testing.
I'm gonna approach you with what has been marked as State's Exhibit 297. You could take a look at State's Exhibit 297, singular this time, and let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
Okay, and how do you recognize it?
Once again, my initials are on the bag and my writing, my name.
And what is State's Exhibit 297?
It's one shell casing of the 9mm Win.
And is that the 9mm shell casing we see depicted in State's Exhibit 213 on the screen now?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender State's Exhibit 297.
Mr. Dark, any objection?
No objection.
Admitted? Well, Mr. Adams, any objection? All right. Seeing no objections, admitted.
And again, with all of the shell cases that we saw, you followed that same procedure of looking for latent prints and then sending on those casings to the GBI crime lab. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And once that occurs, does that complete your involvement in the investigation?
Yes.
I have a quick question in case you have anything else. What we see in States 213, the shell casing with placard number 1, that was where? This was outside the Magnolia apartment?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay, not outside the 532 Cleveland where all your other pictures were taken.
No, sir, that was at my note.
And did you already tell us how close those places are to each other? Can you walk from one? You can walk anywhere in America, but how close are they?
No, they're completely on 2 ends of the city.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Drew.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Dark, do you have questions for Supervisor Green?
I do, Your Honor, just a few brief ones.
Sure. They can be not brief, whatever you want to ask.
Supervisor Green, so you dusted all the items of evidence that you collected for latent prints, right?
Yes.
So that would be the pistol.
Yes, on the pills, on the handgun, okay, so on the handgun, there were some reddish stains that were swabbed before the latent prints were administered.
This is the handgun that was in the laundry basket
Yes.
in the 532 apartment.
Yes.
Okay.
You said they were reddish stains?
Yes.
Okay. And the firearm that was depicted, did you recover 2 firearms or just 1?
One firearm.
Okay. And that was the one that was located in the apartment?
That's correct, sir.
And then you also collected a total of 9 shell casings, is that correct?
From which?
From outside of the apartment, I believe you described it as the heel area.
Yes.
And 2 live rounds from that area as well.
On the inside, yes.
And you dusted those for latent prints as well?
Yes.
And you collected 2 separate shell casings, right?
From the first scene? Yes.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
And that would be the 223, which is the longer casing, right?
Yes.
And then the 9mm rounds, blue.
Yes, sir.
All right, nothing further. Thank you so much.
All right, Mr. Adams, do you have any questions that weren't covered by these other lawyers for Supervisor Green?
No, no.
Jurors, any questions for Ms. Green? Looks like we have at least one, several. Write them down. Take your time. Write legibly. One side of the card only, please. And counsel, I don't know if I've got this on the record. All the cards that are submitted will be made part of the record, whether those questions are asked or not. So there will be a record of every question submitted by the jurors. Good? All right. Okay, take your time. Are you writing questions or making notes?
Yeah, it's a question just.
Take your time. We didn't want to skip you if it was a question. It's a long question. All right, counsel, let's huddle up, please. Yeah. That's wrong. So they didn't have anybody yet. Different case. If you. We'll let the lawyers get back in place. They're gonna need to put up a couple pictures so I can ask you some more questions. So I don't know if it's Mr. Abate or Ms. Jones-Connor. We need State's Exhibit 2, please. All right. I'm representing to you, Ms. Green, that this has been described as the backside of 532, where you were doing some of your evidence photographing and collecting. Are you able to show by marking on this slide, which you can do on that screen, I'll show you how to do that in a minute, where you recovered any of the, identified and recovered any of the rounds? Or does this not give you a meaningful perspective?
It doesn't really give me a meaningful perspective.
Okay, so in looking at this, you can't say, oh, yeah, that's one of the shell casings was here and here.
Right, no.
Okay.
No.
Got it. Fair enough. The handgun that you photographed and recovered, was that found inside the apartment at 532 Cleveland or at whatever the number was, Magnolia?
It was recovered from 532 Cleveland.
Okay, inside that clothes basket.
Yes, sir.
what is the make and model? Is it a Glock? Is it a Ruger? Is it a 9mm? If you know, and if you can look at it and that would tell you, great. And if you're not a firearms person, say, you know what, is a gun. That's what I can tell you. And if you're consulting something, you need to let the lawyers know what it is you're looking at.
Can I look at my report? It's in my report.
As long as all the lawyers have the report, you're welcome to refresh your recollection. If that would help refresh your recollection as to what kind of gun it was.
Yes,
Sure.
it was a 40 caliber Smith & Wesson.
Okay, so the make was Smith & Wesson and the caliber was 40 caliber.
Yes, sir.
Did you recover any 40 caliber shell casings in all the collections? Ms. Jones-Connor had you do the A through I and the A through F. Were any of those 40 caliber shell casings?
Not shell casings, but they were live rounds.
Live rounds from inside the gun?
No, inside the apartment.
At Magnolia or at Cleveland?
532 Cleveland.
Okay, so in the apartment where you found the gun in the clothes basket, you also found some live rounds of 40 caliber ammunition.
That is correct.
But the shell casings on the hill and the street, wherever you were finding shell casings, were any of those 40 caliber?
Not of my recollection, no.
Okay. Can we put exhibit 199 up, please? And if you need to consult the little envelopes, if that helps, you can do that in, I haven't asked you the question yet, but you may need to, if that helps. So I believe you described, let's talk timeline first, because there was some confusion about that. Where was the first place you went? 532 Cleveland or Magnolia?
532 Cleveland.
Okay, and the first set of things you were identifying with placards were the shell casings that were up in, you called it kudzu, I call it ivy, but in the plant growth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what we see here in States 199 is a different set of 5 placards where you identified more shell casings.
Right. And
Same day or different day? That
same day, different time. The first set of photos was in the morning time. These particular placards, I came back to the same scene in the afternoon.
And did you leave because it was lunchtime or you thought you were done and then a detective or someone said, hey, Green, there's more and we need your help?
That is correct.
The latter.
Yes, so what happened was earlier the day, we were finished. They were still.
You thought you were finished?
Well, I thought, yes, sir. They were still doing investigation out there all day. They found additional evidence for me to come out and collect.
Okay, and 1 through 5 is part of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you recall what caliber these shell casings 1 through 5 were?
No,
Or is there something you could look at that would help you do that?
Let's see, that particular one, she took that away. She took that
Okay.
particular evidence.
Ms. Jones-Connor, I don't remember if that was 291 or 297. I think it was 292. So this is States 292. It's the A through F.
So you want to know the
Caliber, if you can discern it from looking at your materials there.
Yes. Okay, so there was a total of 6 shell cases collected within that area. This is 1 through 5. Number 6 was in the grass area that you cannot see. There was 140 Keller S&W, Win, 3 9mm FC, and 240S Smith & Wesson CBC.
Okay, so it was a mixture of 40 caliber and 9mm. No 223.
No, that's
Okay.
correct, sir.
A few firearms questions, and if these are not your area of expertise, just say, I don't know those kinds of things. Do you know if the same gun could fire both 9mm rounds and 223 rounds?
I do know that, no, they cannot.
Okay. And I think we just answered that same day as the other photos, but later in the day. That's it. Okay. Ms. Jones-Connor, do you have any questions based on what I just explored with Supervisor Green?
Yes, Your Honor, I do. Okay, Supervisor Green, I just want to walk through, starting with that timeline that you were kind of talking about with the judge. So, that morning, you arrive at the 532 Cleveland Avenue location?
Yes,
Okay. And, that's a series of photographs that we saw with the outside taken on the hill and then inside of an area as well.
yes,
Okay. And the outside where you're taking on the hill, is that where, how many shell casings did you collect from
9.
there? Okay. And how many shell casings were collected in general in connection to your morning at 532 Cleveland Avenue?
How many shell casings?
Shell casings.
There were 9.
Okay. And those shell casings, which I believe you said earlier, indicates that a bullet has been fired.
That's correct.
Those shell casings, were any shell casings collected inside of that building?
No.
Okay. All outside in the grassy area?
Yes,
Okay. Now, you also made mention of live rounds that were collected.
yes,
Again, are we still in the morning?
yes.
Okay. And do you recall which apartment you reported to for that?
Oh. No, I can't remember the apartment number. I took a photograph of it, but.
Okay. And I'm gonna put up State's Exhibit. Try to get the right number. Looking at State's Exhibit 31. Maybe one second, I'll come up on that screen. So looking at State's Exhibit 29,
Apartment.
indicated you take a photo of the apartment. Is this what you were speaking of?
Yes, apartment A. Yes.
Okay, it's apartment A in that same building that we saw photographed?
Yes,
Okay. And was the building in which apartment A contained building number 10?
yes,
Okay. And so when you go into apartment 10A, we saw a photograph that contained different items that looked like they were on a dresser. Is that right?
that is correct.
Okay. And then we saw the photo of a firearm and a hammer.
That's correct.
That all within the apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the 2 live rounds that you mentioned, the 40 caliber live rounds, would those have been fired bullets or unfired bullets?
Unfired bullets.
Okay. And the caliber of the handgun that you collected was?
40.
Okay. And again, looking at State's Exhibit 134, with the markers we see 6, 7, and 8, do those correspond with the live rounds?
Yes, number 6 and 7.
6 and 7. Thank you so much. Now, after you have responded to that location in the morning, done the outside grassy area, the hill, and inside apartment 10A, that call that related to a homicide, you then took photographs and collected evidence related to a robbery. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. But that was the same location of 532 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, it
Okay.
was.
And was it related to the same apartment?
Well, that's hard to say based on the scene. It was in the driveway area around a building. It was in the driveway.
The driveway around the building, around building 10 that we saw?
I can't say exactly it was building 10, but it's a driveway to go into if you know the complex, you have to go in and then you have to go around the curve to go up the hill. So it was around the curve.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood. And those shell casings that you collected, again, were any collected from inside of an apartment in the afternoon call that you responded to with the robbery relation?
No.
Okay. And that's the same afternoon that you were there on October 20th?
Yes.
Okay. Then we have the third location, which is that 813 Magnolia Way location. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, those photographs that you took and the evidence that you collect, Is it related to the 532 Cleveland Avenue incidents?
Yes.
Okay, now, did you conduct an investigation in regards to 813 Magnolia Way, or are you just instructed to report and collect and take photos?
I'm instructed to report and collect the evidence.
Okay. And the date that you reported to 813 Magnolia Way, took the photographs that we saw and collected that one shell casing, do you recall that date?
October 29th.
Thank you, I have no further questions.
Mr. Dark, anything else based on that?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Green, so you described 3 separate locations. I just want to clarify that.
Yes, sir.
So you got 813 Magnolia, 532 Cleveland, and then what was the third one?
522 Cleveland. So it was 2 separate scenes at the same location.
And that would be outside versus inside, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and so I want to talk about 813 Magnolia. You said that you recovered 6 shell casings from there?
No, I only recovered 1 shell casing from Magnolia.
Okay. And so you recovered the 6 shell casings. I know originally you said you recovered the 9 shell casings, spent shell casings outside at 532 Cleveland.
Yeah, that was in the morning time.
Okay.
And then the 6 shell casings was later back in the afternoon.
And that was at 532 Cleveland? as
Yes,
well?
yes, sir.
And you described those shell casings as 3 9mm and the rest were 40 caliber?
Yes, I believe so. Yes, sir.
And then outside of 532 Cleveland in the morning, you recovered 9 shell casings, right?
Mm-hmm. They were 9 and 223s.
And those were 9mm and 223.
Yes, sir.
So based upon the casings, it would appear to be 1, 2, 3 potential weapons.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Adams, anything else?
No, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am, for your time. Appreciate it. You can leave all the stuff. If that's your copy of the report, you can take that. And otherwise, we'll take care of it from there.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Jones-Connor, your next witness.
They call Mr. Spencer June.
All right. Mr. June, come on up here, and before you sit down, Deputy Gordon needs to swear you in. You come all the way up, just turn and face Deputy Gordon, please.
You swear affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Go ahead, I'll see. You say your name for the record.
My name is Spencer June, Junne, SPNCER.
Good afternoon, Mr. June. Can you tell the jurors how old you are, sir?
I'm 60.
And can you tell them how long have you been living in the city of Atlanta?
Been living in the city of Atlanta ever since '92.
Okay.
Mr. June, before we go any further, I need you to be a little closer to the microphone, if that's okay. The chair doesn't have wheels, so you have to scooch it up yourself. But I need to make sure that everyone in court can hear you, and that microphone will help out, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yep.
And back in October of 2020, can you tell the jurors where were you living?
I was living at 532 Cleveland Avenue, apartment 10A.
Okay, and I want to show you what's already been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 2. All right, you see State's Exhibit 2 on the screen in front of me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that, do you see, I guess, the back of, your, apartment?
Yes, sir, the bottom floor.
Okay, I'm gonna show you, that's the screen. You can, now you can draw a circle for, I guess, where the back porch of your, apartment, 10A, would be.
Well, it won't let me draw. Oh, there it is. I drew it.
Okay, so it's the, yeah, I guess it's the far, if I'm looking at the screen, it's the last apartment on.
On the bottom. Yes, sir.
Okay, on the right-hand side.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and.
How far, I'm sorry to interrupt, how far does it go over? I'm looking at the picture and there's a window and then it looks like sort of a back porch. And there's a big white rectangle. Is that white rectangle what would separate your unit from the one next to it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's just one floor. You don't have a internal staircase to get to the second floor. Your apartment was one floor only.
When you go through the front, it was all these apartments that's attached to this building were in this building.
Sure.
But you had to come through the front door in order to go upstairs, cross the hall, downstairs, across both hallways.
Got it. And we've seen pictures of that, but I didn't ask my question well. Your apartment, which is in that lower corner, is a one floor apartment.
Yes, sir.
You couldn't go upstairs within your own apartment.
No, sir.
Got it.
And, I think looking at State's Exhibit 3 may help explain, it's on the screen in front of you in State's Exhibit 3, do you see the door that you would enter in order to get to you inside of your apartment?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and, how far is it, I guess, in relation to the circle that's already up there?
When you go through the doorway, my apartment would be to the immediate left.
Okay. So
That would be 10A.
You would get 10A, okay, so you go through the black door that's in the middle of State's Exhibit 3, and then you take your immediate left?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how long had you, lived there?
Say since 2012. Since 2012,
Okay, so approximately, sounds like.
give or
about 8
take,
years.
about 8 or 9 years. Yes.
Okay, and, while you were, living there, were you living there alone?
No, I was staying there with Miss Eva Jones,
Okay,
my lady.
and, how long, had you and Miss Jones, been in, a relationship?
Over 10 years.
Okay, and, can you tell the jurors, how did you meet Miss Jones?
I met Miss Jones in the Salvation Army, 400 Lucky Street. Best friend I ever had.
And I want to show you, take a second. I want to show you State's Exhibit 1. And do you recognize it? Can you identify what is State's Exhibit 1? Or who is State's Exhibit 1 a photograph of?
That's Rita.
And the State's Exhibit 1 fairly and accurately depict how Ms. Jones looked back in October of 2020?
Yes, sir.
This time around, the statement tender was remarked as State's Exhibit 1 in evidence.
I'm not sure which counsel for Mr. Watson, Mr. Dark again. Any objection to states 1? Mr. Adams? Okay, and Mr. June, you referred to that person as Rita. Rita is the same as Miss Jones?
Yes, she didn't like her first name, so she asked everybody to call her Rita,
Okay.
because she didn't like her name.
Got
Her
it.
name was Eva Marie Jones, but we all called her Rita.
And you're free to do that. I just want to make sure we were talking about the same person. So Ms. Jones is Rita.
Is Rita, yes, sir.
Thank you.
And on the screen in front of you, is this how Ms. Rita looked back in October of 2020?
Yes.
And when you moved into the apartment we talked about, and that we saw a few pictures of a few minutes ago, a few seconds ago, did you and Ms. Rita move into that apartment together?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors, how did you and Ms. Rita, over the approximate 8 years that y'all lived there, make that place your home?
We made it our home. Miss Jones was in a wheelchair. I took her everywhere so that she wouldn't have to walk, because she couldn't walk very far. And I took her to New Day treatment every day, because she she had an addiction, and I would take her every day, about 5 in the morning. We leave every day, 5 in the morning, all throughout the week, Monday through Friday, to take her to get her methadone treatments.
And, did Miss Rita, did she decorate your apartment?
Yes, she was a real good interior decorator.
Okay.
Yep.
And it was decorated to the nines in all the rooms, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you have any part in that?
I played a little role because we had a disagreement about the TV situation. We couldn't sleep in the same bed to share the same TV in the room. So I said, Rita, I'm gonna put a TV in the other room so that we wouldn't have no problems or no friction about the change of the TV channel.
It sounds like you both could watch the shows that you wanted to watch at the exact same time.
Well, I like sports. She didn't. She liked funny stuff like SpongeBob and all that kind of stuff. I said, I'm going in the other room. You can have it.
Okay. And now, can you tell the jurors in your time that you lived off of Cleveland Avenue in the apartment 10A, can you tell the jurors during that time, did you sell small amounts of marijuana?
I sold small amounts of marijuana because I smoked. So from time to time, I couldn't smoke at all. So I sell here and there.
And did you sell to people who lived, I guess, your neighbors?
In the community, yes.
Okay. And can you describe to the jurors, we've seen your building, Building 10, but can you describe to them, was the Pavilion Place apartment complex, was it pretty large?
It's huge. I think they have about 500 apartments, if I'm not mistaken, if not more.
I want to show you the state's exhibit. All right, so in the state's exhibit 5, Mr. June, do you, in seeing state's exhibit 5, can you orient the jurors where your building is in state's exhibit 5?
My bill, what, put another circle?
Or a circle or an X, whatever you like.
This would be the end of it won't let me. This would be the end of my building.
So is it not?
This is,
Yeah, no, I see it. So let's get the little pencil thing back up. Now it should work. There you go.
now this brick side right here is just the side. Now, it's just the side of the building, or what we just showed. And it's just a window behind this wall right here. It's a big window like we saw in the video.
Okay, so if we're looking at the photo, your building and your actual apartment would be the end of, or the right-hand side of the exhibit.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so can you describe to the jurors behind where you lived, because which building numbers were that?
Meaning up on the hill?
Yes, above the hill.
I don't know. You would have to go all the way around, and I never had no reason to go all the way up, all the way around. I don't have that knowledge.
But were they part of Pavilion Place, or is that a whole different apartment complex?
All these apartments are a part of Pavilion Place.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, in your actual building, so we saw that it's in building 10, there's apartments, it's A through D.
Yes,
So
sir.
We know you told us you lived in apartment A.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jurors, did you have neighbors in apartment B, C, and D?
For a little while across the hall, somebody stayed across the hall. Instead of the left of the building, the people that stayed in the building were on the right-hand side. And as you can see in the video, they had 2 vacant apartments over top for a long time.
So when you say over top in state's exhibit, #28, as you're looking at that photograph, When you say, up top, would you get to, the top two apartments, C and D, by going up those stairs?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and, in the time, that you were living there back in, October of 2020, did you have upstairs neighbors?
No,
Okay, and how long, if you can recall, had the, apartments upstairs, the C and D units been, vacant?
they had been vacant for quite a while. I can't remember right off, but I know they were vacant for quite a long time.
Can you describe to the jurors, how big was, your apartment, apartment A?
2 bedroom, 2 bedroom, living room, kitchen, bathroom.
And in State's Exhibit 31, is this photograph, does it depict, I guess, the entryway when you walked into your apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And in State's Exhibit 31, there's a wheelchair. Can you tell the jurors, who does that wheelchair belong to?
That belonged to my girl, Miss Rita. Miss
Rita's fine.
that belonged to her. That wheelchair.
And can you tell the jurors, did she primarily have to use that wheelchair to get around?
She primarily had to use it because she couldn't walk. She couldn't walk far. So I made it my obligation when I got a car, because she would always ride the chair to the bus, to take the bus where she had to go at 5 in the morning. I said, you ain't got to do that. I'm gonna take you. And I took her every day so that she wouldn't have to take this chair.
And when you travel into the apartment, what's the next room that's off the kitchen?
That would be our living room.
Okay, is this where your TV was?
No, sir.
Okay. And how many bedrooms was it?
2.
Okay, and you said there was a TV in one bedroom and then there was a TV in another? Okay, and can you tell the jurors, sorry, I'm in the evidence. States Exhibit 290. You recognize this at 290?
Yes,
What is that?
that's the pistol that I had.
And it was the pistol you on?
Yes.
Okay. And let's talk about, before we get to October 19th and 20th, can you tell the jurors, did you ever sold marijuana or weed to someone you knew as Red?
Yes.
Okay. And had you ever sold weed to a neighbor or somebody that lived in the apartment complex that you knew as Star?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, through your living at the apartment complex and your interactions with Star, did you see and observe that she had a younger brother?
I never knew that it was her brother.
Okay. Did you knew that there was a younger black male that was around and hung out with both females?
Yes.
Right. And in your, I guess, living at the complex, you had the opportunity to see Star, Miss Red, and the younger black male.
Yes.
Right. Now, do you see the person you knew as Red here in the courtroom?
Yes, she's sitting over there.
Okay, and if you'll describe an article of clothing she's wearing and describe the person she's sitting next to.
66 jacket, I assume that's our attorney.
Okay. Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified Ms. Shaquille Scott.
He has.
Now, let's talk about October 19th of 2020. Are you, by habit, are you an early riser?
I had to be, because I had to, if I wasn't ready, Rita get me up. So I had to be ready. I had to be on point.
And on October 19th, early in the morning, did you hear anything from above your apartment that caught your attention or made you go outside of your apartment door?
No, I was outside, and a friend of mine asked me if I was okay that day before I let him go back into the unit where he lived at. And I seen that man sitting by the attorney over there up in a vacant apartment upstairs. And I told him, you come on down from up there. Ain't nobody up there.
And when you say, you saw that guy, are you referring to, somebody sitting at that table?
Yes.
And if you'll describe an article of, clothing and, I guess where in the courtroom he's seated.
I guess he's sitting with his attorney with dreads and a checkerboard shirt.
Okay, and Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness, Mr. June, has identified the defendant, Emmanuel Watson.
He has?
Now, you said you were outside and sounds like you were coming back in?
Yeah, I was just coming from the store. I have just come from the store, playing my numbers, and they had a real bad rat problem over there. So I went to Ace Hardware and got some little rat pellets, played my numbers and came back. And that's when I seen my friend. And I happened to see somebody upstairs in a vacant apartment, and he asked me if I was all right. I said, yeah, I'm good. Soon as he went in, I guess when I went back into the building and put my key to the door, Mr. Watson and somebody else said, get that shit up, and threw me down in my hallway. I was trying to reach for a gun that I had, but they had me wrapped up so I couldn't get to my gun. So they took my gun and they took my wallet. So I thought they was gonna kill me at first. Rita was sitting behind the door, hearing it all. She said, and when they ran out the door, I said, I was gonna get you because my life had flashed in front of me. I said, I'm gonna get you. Later on that night, when I went in the house, Rita was so petrified, I really couldn't sleep. So I didn't tell her my reason why I couldn't sleep, because she got up, I guess about 2 or 3 in the morning. I'm sitting up. She walked past to go to the bathroom. I'm sitting up I got a little rocking chair in my room. She walked past. She said, what you doing up? I said, oh, nothing. Just sitting up. She said, you all right? I said, yeah, I'm all right. Those were the last words I had with my baby. So she went to the room. She laid down. I laid back down. I guess about 20 minutes later, I heard all this glass breaking real loud from the living room all the way to the bedroom. So I jump up. I say, Rita! She don't answer. I run in the room with my gun. Got up on the bed. I had 2 choices to make. You would go out the door or leave my lady. I went in, I got on the bed. I grabbed my lady, called 911, calling Rita's sister, calling the paramedics. Paramedics said, get you plenty of towels. So I had to let her down to go to the hallway closet to get more towels so I could press her wound because she was bleeding from my neck. I never knew that she suffered from 8 shots until later on, but that wasn't my concern at first. My first concern was her. So I was consoling her with the compacts and everything that I could do in my life to try to keep her here with me.
So, Mr. June, let me interrupt you just for a quick second. I'm sorry. So I just want to back up just a little bit.
That's fine.
You unpacked a lot of stuff, okay?
Okay.
So you were talking about when that morning on October 19th, you see in States to the 28th, is that, I guess, the hallway and right in front of your door where you were held at gunpoint?
Yes.
Okay. So you said that you came back from the store. About what time in the morning?
I don't know. It was early.
Okay.
I know it was early because I left her in the house.
Okay. And you said you heard a noise from inside. Can you point to the jury? Did you see him immediately, or was he up the stairs?
He was already up the stairs in the apartment, in the vacant apartment. I don't know what his intentions was, so I just, I knew he ain't had no business in there because the only 2 buildings, 2 apartments were occupied were mine and the person across from me. So he really didn't have no business up in there.
Okay, and you said, what did you say you heard and saw, I guess, that somebody was up there? What did you say?
Told him to come on down from there.
Okay.
Come on up out of there.
After you said that, Did they come down?
Yeah, he came down. He went and got somebody else.
Okay, and when they came down, what was the first thing that happened next?
He went around, he left and he came back with somebody else. From the time that I left, that's my friend and walked back over to my building, they were back around the corner.
Okay, when you said you left and you saw your friend, where was your friend in relation to your building, building 10?
In the same complex, like, give you an example. This is a building right here. This is a building right here, and I was standing talking to him, and my building is virtually with, well, I guess where the back wall is, I would say. I was talking to him, he said, man, you all right? You all right? I said, yeah, I'm good.
You know, I guess, who you're talking with your friend, what was your friend's name?
Pierre.
And talking with Pierre, did you understand why he was asking if you were all right?
Yeah, because he seen that somebody was up in the vacant apartment as well.
Now, as you said, as you were going back after having your exchange with your friend Pierre, is that when you encountered the defendant, his friend again?
When I went in the building, they came from wherever they came from, and when I stuck my key in the door, they was at me.
And was your back turned to them as they approached you?
My key is in the door, yes, sir.
Okay, and when they approached you with the key, with your key in the door, did you see guns?
I didn't see, because my back was to them, and when I had my key in the door, the other guy said, "Give me that shit," and had his hands around my neck, so I couldn't. So I just took the key out the door, and try to conceal the key so they wouldn't have easy access to Rita. So they threw me down to the floor, took my gun, took my wallet, and threw me down. And I'm disabled. So I wasn't expecting none of that. But when they let me up, I seen my light flash in front of me. And I told them, I said, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. So later on that night, on 10/19/2020, 10/19, they came back. He shot from the top of the hill. I don't know if it was just him or them, but.
Before we get to there though, so when you were able to get up, before you are down on your back, was there a struggle between you and the defendant or the other person with the gun?
The guy had me around my neck, threw me down to the floor. I never seen if they had a gun. I was wrestling with him. I was tussling with him. But after they took my gun, the tussle was over. They could have killed me right there in the hallway.
And do you remember talking to the detectives on multiple occasions after Ms. Rita was killed?
Yes.
And do you remember telling the detectives that at some point when somebody was going through your pockets and taking your wallet and your gun, somebody was also holding you at gunpoint to your head?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember telling the detectives that there was a short struggle with the person who had the gun pointed at your head?
Yes.
And that after that struggle is when they took off running out the front door that we're looking at in Stacy 28.
Yes.
Okay. And
I would object just to the extent, I feel like some of the questions are leading. So I'm just asking maybe to phrase it a different way.
Okay, I think there's some refreshing of recollection that's going on, but if we get back to tell us what happened next.
So after they ran out of your entryway into the apartment building, can you tell the jurors what you did next?
I got up and I told him, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you.
And did you run after them?
No. Well, I did. Yes. Well, after I went and consoled with Rita, because she said she thought I was dead. Because she heard me struggling outside. So I guess I ran after him first before I actually came back to the house,
right,
to the apartment.
I want to show you States Exhibit 298. And I'm going to show you on this computer screen because I have a hard copy I'm going to have to reprint. you recognize, what the insurance is in 298?
Yes, that's the playground of the apartment complex. When I chased Manuel and that other cat, I was standing behind this little beam right here. He was shooting at me. Blah, blah, he was just letting loose. I said, I better get up out of here.
Okay, and it states in 298, there's an acronym dictates how the playground, the pavilion area of your apartment complex looked back in October 2020.
Yes, sir.
The time of the superintendent was remarked as stated in 298 in evidence.
No objection.
Okay, you've seen, right now it's only on his screen, but you've, just make sure you've seen the picture, you and Mr. Adams. Okay, no objection from Mr. Dark. Mr. Adams, any objection to the playground photo?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
So you said you took off, you ran after him,
Yes.
okay? And
Bless you.
as you are running after them, can you tell the jurors, are they saying anything to you? Are you saying anything to them?
No, they shooting at me at this point, so I ran back in the apartment.
And in the second, so in State Civil 298, you were describing where you, I guess, ran to as it relates to the pavilion.
Yeah, they ran all the way around. They ran all the way around this right here. They ran all the way around that building, back up in here somewhere. And I came, when I seen him, I came through the cut, and I was standing on the playground right behind this little beam right here because he was shooting at me.
So when you, with the judge's permission, would you mind stepping down? I'm gonna need you to keep your voice way up. When you point on this large screen for the jury, because that's a lot of marks. You gotta keep your voice way up from Ms. Rivers.
Ms. Rivers?
That's our court reporter. She just needs to hear you.
Okay, Ms. Rivers, I was standing right behind this beam right here. This beam, built like this. And he was firing.
And where were they? You were showing us where
They
they were.
were up this way. And it's like a street. It's the same street to the pavilion place that you go, that you come around to get to all the other apartments.
So that's the main road for the apartment complex.
The entry, yes.
And I think what you're telling us, or what you're describing, correct me if I'm wrong, that you were at the beam and they were at where the, I guess, the grass and I guess
This is-
the sidewalk and the street, and they started firing.
And they were firing.
Okay. And did they both shoot at you?
I don't know.
Okay.
I got out of the way at that point.
But I knew they had my gun.
How many times did you hear shots fired towards the direction?
It was several.
Okay.
It was several times.
And you weren't hit, were you?
No,
And
by the grace of God.
can you tell the jurors where you went after shots stopped?
Shots, stop, I come back this way because I come back up this way from here, from where the beam is, come back to my apartment.
Okay.
And when I go in the door, Peter said, I thought they shot you, I thought they shot you. She
Nervous as a wreck, made me nervous.
And after you got back to your apartment and you talked with Ms. Rita, can you tell the jurors, did you call the police?
No, because she said we was trying to get up out of there. She said, we got to get out of here. We got to get out of here.
And when
We never had a chance from that point because they came right back later on that evening.
Okay. When you got back to your apartment and you checked you talked about them taking your gun, did they take anything else out of your pocket?
Took my wallet.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, after they took your wallet, what did you do? Or what was inside your wallet? How about that?
My credit card. I got the same wallet in my pocket. So this wallet right here, this very same wallet. They took my money, my bank card, my barter card, and stuff like that, my cash. Security officer brought it back to me. He found my this bare wallet so on the ground. So he brought everything back to me.
And what did you do as a result of them taking your wallet when you immediately got back to your apartment?
I canceled my bank cards. I canceled all my bank cards. I canceled everything that I could think of that was of value. And that's how the investigator let me go because I remembered everything that I had done. He said, well, show me what you did. I showed him on my telephone. At that time, I could show him the number to Bank of America, because Bank of America would show up on my ID. So I showed, I said, this is when I called and canceled. He said, let me see. So he took my phone and he seen that I canceled my cards.
And your guard brought it back. When did you get your empty wallet back?
I guess some hours later, about 2-3 hours later. I wasn't expecting to get it back that soon, but I had already canceled everything in it. So, you know, and just like I thought, everything that was of value was gone.
And just to clarify, so we've seen, and you identified that states it was 290, that was your gun. And you talked about a gun being taken off of your person during the armed robbery.
Yes.
Did you have multiple guns?
No, I only had, I got that one later on when they took my gun. I went and got me another gun.
The same day?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So after they took your gun, while you left with Miss Rita to take her to her appointment, did you get a gun later?
I never had a chance to go anywhere. We never got a chance to go anywhere because when they did what they did on the 19th, they came back later on in the evening and shot the place up.
Okay. So I guess I'm confused. When did you get that gun since they took your gun?
I got that gun soon because I got it from a friend of mine. He gave me a gun. So I didn't have to go very far to get one.
Okay. So you got a gun from a friend, I'm assuming in the apartment complex?
Yes.
Okay. That same day that yours had been taken?
Yes.
Okay. And, okay, so.
What kind of gun did you have? The one that got taken from you? We've heard about this, Smith & Wesson 40 caliber. The gun you had that they took from you, do you know what kind it was?
It was a big gun. I had just got it.
It was a big gun.
It was a big gun. That's all I know, Your Honor.
All right, and then it's gone.
Yeah, and they took it.
Okay.
When you say it's a big gun, was it a
Big gun, because I ain't want to miss if I had to use it.
Okay, do you know if it was a handgun, like a big handgun?
Yeah, it was a handgun. Yes, sir. Automatic. Yes, sir.
Not, was it wasn't a rifle?
No, it wasn't no rifle. No, sir. No.
Now, later that day, or as the day went on, can you tell the jurors, did you, I guess, walk around or go in your apartment complex looking for people?
No. I never had a chance. When I went in the house, when I went back into the apartment, I had to try to calm her down. So that was my first obligation, was to try to calm her down because she man. So we finally went to bed. I think, you know what I mean? But after all of it, after all the turbulence, I really never got a chance to call the police because she had me so shook. She had me had me nervous on going to the police, but I was going to try to make it my point to go the next day, but I never got a chance.
And after, so this happened early in the morning, after you were robbed at gunpoint, did you tell any of your friends in the neighborhood about what had happened?
They had already heard, because they heard all the gunshots. I didn't have to tell anybody anything. They heard the gunshots.
And you said the day passed and you were going to bed. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I kind of got Rita calmed down so she can go and get our little stuff from the New Day treatment at 5 in the morning. And as I said, she walked by me and I was sitting in the chair because I really couldn't sleep. And I really didn't tell her or show her that I had my gun. I had put my gun down. I didn't want to let her know what was on my mind.
We're into the next day, October 20th.
This is the same night on the 19th. On the 20th, she was killed on the 20th.
Okay, tell me about what happened later that night on the 19th.
She got up. I was just about 2 or 3 in the morning. She got up. She walked by to go to the bathroom. I seen her. She said, "What you doing up?" I said, "Oh, nothing. I just try to be as normal as I possibly could be." And I just said, I see you in the morning. I'll see you to take you where you had to go. And this particular night, she normally sleep on the end of the bed. When I finally went in the room, when I heard the gunshots, she was on the side of the bed that I normally slept on. So she kind of felt something was going to happen herself, I guess, at that point, without me telling her.
And you said before all the shots were fired, you were able to see her walk to the bathroom.
No. This is before, when she walked to the bathroom. All this is before. This is before she walked to the bathroom, before the shots.
So, well, I guess my next question was, she could walk short distances, is that what you said?
From her bedroom to the bathroom, yes.
And, do you remember, I guess, the last words that you told in Miss Rita's exchange?
I see you in the morning. Morning never came. When she went to the bathroom and came back by, something told me, say, tell her to come in here, but I don't know what happened. I don't know if it would have made a difference if she had came in the room with me. But again, when I heard the shots, normally she sleeps on the edge of the bed. This morning, she was all the way on the other side of the bed. When I go in after I hear the shots, I'm running with my gun now because I'm calling her name and she's not answering. So if anything was coming in, I was going to shoot some out because I had her in my arms and I had my back to the window. So I'm consoling her as I'm trying to console her and comfort her as best I can. I guess she left. So the investigators had came and he asked me about a bullet that I had left on my TV stand in my room. I remember leaving the bullet on the TV stand because it was the bullet that I took out of that gun that you showed the court. And I had it up on the my TV stand. So he said, did you have a gun in here? Because at that point, they had made it into a crime scene and I couldn't go back in. I couldn't stay in and console my lady. So he said, did you have a gun? I said, yeah, I had a gun. I wish I had 10 of them. So he go in, he find the gun. He said, why is it blood on the gun? I said, because I was switching hands. I'm on the phone. I'm trying to call her sister. Her sister was her beneficiary. I'm calling 911 and I'm switching hands, but I'm watching this window.
Before all of that happens, how many shots do you hear?
I don't know. We both were asleep. All I heard, I thought she had turned the volume up on the TV. Because when she went in, it was so loud. So I had to yell because it scared me. Rita! If not louder. She didn't answer. I had my gun. So when I get to the bed, she shot up. She shot up to pieces.
What's the first thing you do when you see her shot up to pieces?
I grab her. Like I said, I had a choice, either run out the door or console my lady. I elected to console my lady. And if I had to shoot, I would have been shooting. So I had her in my arms. I never thought that nothing like that would happen. And it was like a scene from the military.
Now, when you, Mr. June, make it into the bedroom you shared with Miss Rita, you were describing the side of the bed that she typically slept on.
On the end of the bed.
Okay,
As soon as you go into the room.
you see it in Exhibit 78. I'll take it down real quick if you'll just identify where you found her.
I found her on this side. Found her on this side of the bed.
Okay.
This side of the bed right here. She normally sleep on this side of the bed.
Where the blue pillow is, she normally sleeps where the blue pillow
There's
is?
other pillars there. I guess the investigators or whoever, they moved the other pillars because we had several pillars in there.
Okay.
She normally slept on the left side of the bed. This particular night or morning, she slept over here. When I go and console her, I console her at this point right here where she was laying at.
Okay. And you were sleeping in the other room or in the couch. Do you remember telling the detective because your back was bothering you because of the arm?
The struggle.
Right.
And I already suffer from back problems. I had 4 discs removed, 2 out my neck and 2 out my back.
Okay. Now, when you get to Ms. Rita, do you call 911?
Yes, I called 911. I called 911 first, and I called her baby sister. I'm calling. then 911 say, you got, you need towels to do a compression. But cause I was just holding her and talking to her. He said, you gotta go get towels. So I went and got towels out the hallway closet as quick as I could, but I never let that gun go.
Not because you were.
Because that's because the shots had came in and I knew she was almost dead.
Were you prepared to protect yourself?
I was prepared to protect myself at that point
Protect Ms. Rita?
and to protect Miss Rita.
I'm gonna publish what's already been admitted as states in 296. And I just want you to listen to a small portion of it. Let me know if that's your voice, okay?
Atlanta 911 operator 7767.
Yes, my wife just got shot through the window.
What's the
That's me.
And at this time, Your Honor, I'm gonna play the 911 call. It is about 8 minutes. So I just wanted to make sure everyone's aware of that.
Okay. And it's 296.
Sir?
532 Cleveland Avenue, apartment 10A. Send the ambulance, please.
Stay on the line with me.
Please send it.
Yes, sir, stay on the line with me. You still there? Stay with me.
532 Cleveland Avenue, apartment 10A.
Hey, it's Atlanta. It's 532 Cleveland Avenue, apartment 10A. And it's
Yes.
532 Cleveland Avenue, apartment 10A.
Yes, apartment 10A. Hurry.
Hurry.
Hurry. Hurry.
The address for verification, sir. Repeat the address for verification.
532 Cleveland Avenue, apartment 10A.
10A, 10A.
To A, ma'am. To A.
Is there a gate code enter?
No, sir. Please hurry, y'all.
Sir, this is not delaying help, okay? What's the phone number you're calling from?
762-383-7822.
Sir, what's your name, sir?
Spencer. My name is Spencer. I'm on my wife now. Hurry, please, sir.
Mr. Spencer, tell me exactly what happened. Help's on the way.
Somebody shot through the window, man. I don't know.
Okay, are you with the patient now?
Yes, I am, sir.
How old is the patient?
62. Hurry, man.
Sir, we're already on the way, okay? I'm trying to give you some instructions while still getting information from you, okay?
She done got shot in her arm and everything. Hurry, man.
Is she awake?
She's gasping for air, man.
Is she awake, sir?
No, she's gasping for air, sir.
Is she breathing?
Yes.
When did this happen, sir?
Less than a few minutes ago, sir. They shot through the window, man.
Is the assailant still nearby?
I had the faintest idea, man.
Is there any serious bleeding?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm going to tell you how to stop the bleeding. Listen carefully to make sure we do it right, okay? Need you to get a clean, dry cloth or towel. Tell me when you have it.
Man, I just want to be by her side right now, sir. Hurry, man.
Sir, you need to stop. We need to stop the bleeding before anything, okay? So that's what's going to help her right now. Go ahead and get a clean, dry cloth or towel. Tell me.
Man, I don't want to be moving around. I don't know if them people are outside or not, sir.
Sir, I'm not telling you to go outside. I'm just saying to get a clean, dry cloth or towel so we can stop the bleeding.
She got shot in her back, in her neck. She must have got up.
Get a clean, dry cloth. Sir, you're
all right,
really
man. Listen,
right
man.
now.
Listen. All right.
Sir, we need to stop the bleeding if she's shot.
Y'all need to get here, man. Please.
You understand that?
All right.
Get a clean, dry cloth or towel.
got one.
Tell me when you have one.
Yeah.
Okay, place it right on the wound and press down.
I love you. I'm a good one, baby. Yes, I got one on her.
Sir, you listening?
I got it on her. I'm on top of it, man.
Okay.
I got it, man.
Sir. Sir,
She's still living. She's still living.
Spencer.
I know, baby.
Mr.
I know, baby. I know. I'm doing the best I can, sir. I'm doing the best I can, sir. Oh, Lord.
Listen, sir. Listen. Listen. Sir.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Spencer.
Yes.
Spencer.
Yes. Oh, yeah, man. Please hurry.
Spencer.
Yes.
Place it right on the wound and press
I
down.
did that already. I did that.
Can you stop interrupting my instructions so I can tell you what to do? Place it right on the wound.
They shot my girl in her face, man.
Sir, please listen to me. Please listen to me so I can help you.
Motherfuckers, man.
Sir, can you
Oh, boy. Where's the ambulance at?
Sir, I'm trying to give you some instructions to control the bleeding, sir. Can you please listen to me?
Yeah.
Place it right on the wound and press down firmly. Sir, let me finish, please, sir. Let me finish the instructions. Without lifting the cloth up, tell me if the bleeding is under control now.
I can't tell that, man. I'm not a doctor, man. I'm just putting towels and compress on my baby. She's still breathing. Hurry up and get here, man. Please, I beg you. Please, I beg you, sir. Please hurry and get here. We can still save my baby. Please get here. Please. Please, sir. Please, I'm going to call her sister up. Please, man. Please hurry up and get here. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Oh, Lord, where you at?
Sir, can you please listen to me?
I'm trying. Man, hurry, man, my baby's still living. Can you please get here?
Mr. Spencer, they're already on the way. They're already on the way. They're coming as fast as they possibly can, okay? Can you please listen to me?
I got compress on her, man.
Okay,
I got
Mr.
that. Y'all need to get here. I'm doing the best I can. Hurry!
Mr. Spencer, I'm going to remind you again, they're already on the way. But we're not getting far in the instructions I'm trying to give you because you keep cutting me off. Can you please listen to me? Please listen to me, Mr. Spencer. Please, so I can
532 Cleveland Avenue, please, sir.
Sir, they're already on the way. They're already on the way. Do you understand?
Man, my wife is in here dying, man.
I'm not coming to you. The paramedics are coming to you. I'm supposed to give you some instructions. Can you please listen to me?
I'm trying, man. My wife is in here dying, sir.
Okay, sir. Without lifting the cloth or towel up, please tell me if the bleeding is under control.
She's bleeding. No, it's not. She's bleeding, bro. Y'all need to hurry up and get here, please.
If it keeps bleeding, sir, if it keeps bleeding, you're probably not pressing hard enough, okay? Remember to keep firm, steady pressure on the wound, okay?
Yes.
Thank you so much for listening. Now just keep in mind, help is on the way.
All right, sir.
Don't let her have anything to eat or drink. It might make her sick.
Man, she can't get up, man.
Do not move her unless it's absolutely necessary. Just tell her to be still and wait for help
She
to
is
arrive.
still, man.
I'll stay
Y'all
on the
need to get
line
the
with you,
police here.
sir. I'll stay on the line until help arrives. I'm going to stay on the line, okay? Just let me know if anything changes with her, and if she becomes less awake or starts getting worse, tell me immediately, okay?
Who is it?
Tell me when the paramedics are right with her. I'm on the line with you.
Yeah.
Mr. Spencer, that's my officer.
Come on, y'all.
Mr. Spencer.
Come on.
That's my
Atlanta, I'm
officer.
Come on,
sorry.
y'all.
It's okay.
Sir,
That's my officer.
give me
My
1
officer's
second.
on
I'm
scene.
trying to hear the other operator, okay? Atlanta, I'm sorry. You got fired. You got PD on scene
Of
yet?
course, that's what I was telling him. That's the officer's on scene. He was asking who it was. That's my officer. I'm 7767. What's yours, Grady?
832. What was yours again?
7767.
Okay, and you got fire en route as well, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Now, Mr. June,
Yes,
you get emotional during that call. Do you remember making it?
yes.
Go ahead.
When the ambulance came, and right after, a short time after that, they made it into a crime scene, so I had to get out. And that's when I was confronted by the other detective if I had a gun in the house because he had found the bullet. So I told them, I said, well, I'm gonna follow the ambulance down to the hospital. So I followed the ambulance down to the hospital. The time we got to the hospital, the investigator that was at the apartment said that I'm sending somebody to come get it. I said, sending somebody to come get me? Man, let me stay by her side. So that they just came and got me. They said, stay on the phone, don't hang up. We sending somebody to come get you. So they sent the paddy wagon to come get me, meat wagon. And I leave my car at Grady, and they bring me back with the meat wagon, take me back to the scene, and took my clothes and see if I had any gunshot residue. I thought I was getting locked up. I didn't think I was coming back home, to tell you the truth, with all the questioning and everything.
And Mr. June, when the police arrived and when medical personnel came to assist, was that the first time and the only time you left Rita's side?
Well, no, because they let me, in between the time that they had taken out the apartment and put it on to the ambulance, because they wouldn't let me get on the ambulance with us. So I said, I'm gonna follow the ambulance to the hospital. So I followed the ambulance to Grady. About 5 or to not even 10 minutes. We had just got there. And the man say, we coming back down there to get you, man. I said, man, I ain't going nowhere. I ain't got nowhere to go. So they sent somebody to come get me and brought me back to the scene. So, mind you, and then they take me to the First 48 building downtown here, the building down there. Took me down there, interrogated me.
After you left Grady and you went back to your apartment, did you get a call that Miss Rita died?
No, I didn't get a call. I was already at the investigator's office downtown. And when they had me there from about 5 or whatever time it was till 9 a.m., they said Rita didn't make it. I fell to the floor.
You described this as the worst day in your life?
Worst day of my life. Worst day of my life, man.
And
worst day of my life.
I want to show you.
Worst day of my life.
States Exhibit 134, and you described or talked about the bullet that, I guess, what room is this desk in?
That's my room.
Okay.
That's my room right there. Well, it was my room. And that's where I placed the bullet at. As you can see my marijuana right there because I smoke weed. And I guess I forgot the investigator's name. When he came, after the ambulance came, that's when he found the bullets on my nightstand. And he came back. I was standing outside because I couldn't stay inside. So they made me stand outside. So I stand outside. So the investigator, he came, he said, hey man, did you have a gun in there? I said, yeah, I wish I had 10 of them.
And did you tell him where the gun was? I
told him where the gun was. It was in my class, in this clothes basket right here. But at the time, I had it's a dresser right there. So he had to pull it from underneath of the dresser. And that's what he did. He pulled my basket out of the dresser, from underneath of the dresser. And I had to just sit right up on the top.
Okay, so the basket that's depicted in the States Exhibit 135 is where the gun was in, and then you said that you had tucked it, I guess, behind your dresser?
No, behind my clothes, underneath of the dresser, because the big thing here is the dresser right here. And my basket was underneath the dresser. It could literally go underneath the dresser. So I guess he pulled it out. That's how he left it, because I know I had it pushed in.
Okay. And Is this the same gun, that you can see?
Yes.
In 136?
Yes.
Same gun as states in 290?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said the detective asked you about, I guess, why blood was on the gun.
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, why there was blood on the gun, whose it was?
It was Miss Jones's blood. It was my baby's blood because I got in the bed with the blood with my baby, and I'm consoling her, but my back would be to the window. So I'm actually laying in the bed with her, consoling her, holding this gun, calling 911, trying to call her sister, trying to call the people that I need to contact with. That was all the only thing on my mind at that point.
Now, you said while you come back to the scene, after you left Grady, did you cooperate? Did you speak to the detectives?
I cooperated with the detectives. After they took my clothes to make sure that I didn't have no gun residue in them. And they told me to show them where the guy over there was shooting at me from. So I took them around to gather up all the casings. And that's what I had to do in order to show that I didn't do anything wrong.
Okay, so I want to show you State Exhibit 2. You said you showed the detectives. We'll start with State Exhibit 7. I'm sorry. And can you start by using this exhibit, kind of showing them where you walked around or that evening, that early morning, excuse me, to show them where the shell casings were?
No, the shell casings were back away on the other side where the playground is at.
Oh, okay.
All the way around, but they taped this off because it all was a crime scene.
Okay, so let's back up just a little bit. So you get back to, after Grady, you go back and speak to the detectives about Ms. Reed, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then you said that after that, you are taken and I think you said the meat wagon up to APD headquarters.
No, that's not what I said. I said I took the meat wagon back to the apartment complex.
I'm sorry. So then how do you get back? How do you get to the APD headquarters?
They took me there.
Okay, another officer took you in another car.
Right.
Okay, and once you get there, do you speak with the detectives again?
Yes.
Okay, and do you remember, you said you spoke to, did you say Detective Thomas?
Was it Thomas? I don't know. No, I got his name in there. Did you talking about the investigator?
Yeah.
I forgot the investigator's name.
Okay, do you remember this Investigator Malone?
That's him, Investigator Malone, that's him.
Okay. And you said he interviewed you in one of the witnesses' room?
Yes, sir. He was the one that told me Miss Jones didn't make it. When he decided to come back from wherever they were at in the building, he came back at about 9 o'clock. He said, man, Miss Jones didn't make it. I fell down, man.
And during the time that you're speaking with Detective Malone, do you tell him about the fact that you had been robbed at gunpoint the day before?
Yes.
Okay. And after you do that, is that when you go back to the apartment complex as you described, to show them where the shell casings were?
Yes, after I left, after they came and got me from Grady, that's when I went and I want to say, if I'm remembering, they took my clothes first. They let me change my clothes so they can bag them up as a part of evidence or whatever the case may be. And I didn't have a problem with that.
And I want to show you State's Exhibit 163 and 164. Are these clothes that you were wearing?
Yes.
Okay, and do they fairly and accurately depict what you had on that early morning?
Yep.
Okay. This time around the state lieutenant was marked as State 163, 164 and 163 in evidence. I'm sorry.
All right, any objection, Mr. Dark, to 163 or 164?
Objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Adams?
No,
All right, they're both admitted.
when you said they collected those clothes and allowed you to change?
Yeah, they because they took, I guess they said, well, let him change his clothes here, because they took my phone. They took Rita's phone because I had my phone, Rita's phone. So they took Miss Jones's phone. I guess they gave it to one of her family members because I never received the phone back. But nonetheless, they let me change my clothes. And then that's when we walked around the apartment complex to get the casings from the other side of the playground.
Okay. And you're talking about the area which we saw, and I won't. put it
Yes.
there.
Yes, and they probably had shell casings back in between these two buildings here, this other side and in between that walkway right there, because that's where he was shooting at me from. So that's why I was standing. So they may have landed right there.
When you were hiding behind the beam.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. June, can you tell the jurors, did you stay in the apartment 10A that you were living with Miss Rita after this incident occurred?
No, I would come and shower because I didn't have nowhere else to go. I'd shower. I had my partner of mine to stand and watch the door. When I got in the shower, he stood and watched the door. While I was taking the shower, because all my clothes was there. I didn't have time to move anything until the following, I guess after they got my clothes, I want to say a short time after that, probably the next day or two within the same week, I moved everything out after that.
And this sounds like a question that has the answer would be obvious, but after all this, were you very angry?
I was very angry. I wanted revenge.
Okay. And did you ever want to take matters into your own hands?
Yes, I did.
Did you allow the police to do their job?
I let the police do their job, and I was standing in front of a Family Dollar one morning, and the lady that knew Miss Rita said, "Man, I know you want to get them cats, but let God deal with them. He gonna do a better job than you." And that's when I backed up. But my clothes and everything that's on the photos, I had all that in my storage. Put everything in storage. That blood that was on the bed, when I pulled, because our family members came over there and got to take and stuff, so I knew that I had to get that stuff up out of there. But they wouldn't take nothing else. So I had to go there by myself. I went and rented a truck and loaded that truck up by myself with everything in that apartment. And right now, to this day, I'm still paying storage on it. Right now.
You want to say Miss Rita's things?
Yes.
Now, after a couple days later, on October 22nd, do you remember the Detective Malone, and Detective Jenkins speaking with you and showing you some photographs?
Yes.
I want to show you what the Marcus If you'll look at States Exhibit 288 and go through the first page.
Yeah, that's him.
Okay. Do you recognize States Exhibit 288?
Yes.
Okay. And if you flip to the first page, do you see on the written page? I'm sorry. Do you see your signature?
Yes.
And is that how you recognize States Exhibit 288?
Yes.
And do you see the admonition that talks about the photo lineup? Was that read to you, and did you read that to yourself prior to
signing
and making any identification?
Yes.
Okay. And in your review of all the pages in States Exhibit 288,
I ain't know the rest of these guys right here.
in your review of the exhibit in front of you in States Exhibit 288, does it fairly and accurately depict the admonition and the photographs that were shown to you on October 22nd, 2020?
Yes.
At this time around, this state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibit 288 into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Dark, to States 288?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Adams, it's admitted.
Let me ask you a few questions about the lineup itself and the procedure. before making an identification, did any of the detectives or anyone tell you who to pick?
No,
And at any point before, during, and after you looked through the photo lineup, did anyone threaten you if you were unable to make an identification?
no, no, sir.
And when you made an identification, was it done because somebody promised you some sort of hope or benefit if you could make an ID?
No, sir.
Did you make the ID after looking through the photographs on your own?
Accord, yes,
Okay. It was based on your memory of who robbed you?
yes.
Okay. And in going through it, can you tell the jurors which photograph in Stacy's of 288 did you identify as somebody who armed robbed you?
A gentleman right here.
Okay. And we'll just, it's perfect, we'll do it the old fashioned way instead of putting it up on the screen. Underneath the photograph, do you see writing, a signature?
Yes,
Whose writing or signature is that?
that's mine.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, why did you sign underneath that photo?
Because that was a positive ID. I knew who it was that did it. It wasn't no doubt in my mind who did it.
Now, Mr. June, do you remember talking to me previously before today in my office?
Yes,
And can you tell the jurors, do you remember telling me anything about any interactions that you had with the person you knew as Red after this incident occurred?
yeah, she walked up on me when I was around the apartment complex. I ain't scared of nothing, you know, I just didn't want to put myself in harm's way. So I just got on out of her way. Walked up on me, tried to walk up on me.
Can you tell the jurors, what do you mean by try to walk up on you?
Walk up on me like she wanted to try to do some bodily harm or something to that degree. I wasn't gonna let that happen. That's why he let it keep moving.
Follow the advice from your friend from the Family Dollar?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. June, I very much appreciate you answering my questions.
Thank you.
Defense counsel may have a few for you, okay?
Thank you.
I've got one before I turn to Mr. Dark and Mr. Adams. Mr. June, you've talked about two different dates, the 19th and the 20th. I want to make sure I see how they flow together. When you described sitting in the rocking chair and you see Ms. Rita walk by, it was like 3 a.m, something like that.
On the 19th, on the morning, and it was like.
That would have been the 20th then.
It would have been the 20th. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
so you were, what you've described as being robbed, that was on the 19th.
Yes.
And we carry through that day. You've described what happened, and then it's hard for you to sleep. When we're now at 3 a.m, or whenever it was.
Right. It was the 20th.
That's the 20th now.
It's the 20th now.
Okay,
Yes,
so
sir.
the second shooting, not you being shot at near the playground, but the second shooting happens the early morning of the 20th.
19th, the early morning of the 19th, because Miss Jones got killed on the 20th. That's when they shot through the window.
Right. So I didn't get to finish my question.
Yes, sir.
The second shooting, when you're in bed, that's the early morning of the 20th.
Yes.
The first shooting out by the playground is the 19th.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Dark, we could take our afternoon break if you want to do that, because we've been going now for a couple hours, and then see if you've got any cross-exam. Does that work for you?
Yes, sure.
Okay. You all right with that, Mr. Adams? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break. Reminder, we go to 5-ish, which doesn't mean, oh, it's 6 and we'll break. But if we're in the middle of a witness, we'll see if going to 5:15 works, or if it's going to be 4:45, where there's a natural break point. There's one here, direct exam is done. So I'm going to give you about 10 minutes in the jury room, that hallway, et cetera. Please don't talk about the case, no outside research. We'll get you back in here in about 10 minutes. Okay, thank you.
All right, Missouri.
I'll take that. Thank you. All right, you all can be seated. Anything from the state before we break?
I just apologize. I didn't just correct the record. I inverted the numbers. I think I said 297. It's really 287 is the 911 call. So I apologize.
It's okay. $287, right. Mr. Dark, anything before we break? All right, Mr. Adams? Okay, we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Don't go far. Mr. Abadi, I need you to come with me about this matter completely unrelated to this case. Wow.
I'm gonna need to check his property. You gonna stay in custody and take this? It might show up. I don't think.
I'm assuming.
Should I go? No, I got it.
Do it. What?
Scott, I'm gonna run down to the kitchen right quick.
Okay.
What? Crazy. I can't hear you.
You are not ready to listen.
What?
Yeah, you out. I got it, but I just, you know, I'm trying to catch him before we. I heard, yeah, good. Should be on the feet, you know, get it. Right. Yeah. All right. My shit is blocking up. So you get it. I ain't getting on. I'm gonna do the record. I was thinking that shit. Dog, you go to this shit. You good? What you good? What's the way is that? What's the guy? Hey man, show me the link. Oh,
I got no nothing.
man. Is it right here? It might be over there. Here it comes, here it comes. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, no, no, no. No, they told me you were talking. Fine, fine. Well, you can look at my work, yeah, I got you. Oh, y'all good, y'all can finish.
I ain't going to there with you.
I said you can go talk, finish. I mean,
What you gonna say?
are you second chair?
Come on, Kelsey, let's go in there, just cause we
Oh,
want
no.
to. Now we want to. Now we want to. It was just 2 months ago, you had time. Now we want to.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, it is a good tool. Okay, okay.
Oh.
Come on back here.
No, he better. Oh.
Thank you. What color is it?
You're back.
Yes, sir.
Woohoo! All right.
Need some salt, that's for sure. Is Mr. Dark talking with Mr. Watson right now?
Oh, no, he's just right here with the family.
Great.
We're ready.
Okay, excellent. Great. Is Miss Scott outside, Mr. Adams?
There, you just don't come back.
I don't know where Deputy Gordon went. Is he checking on the jurors? Oh, he was bringing someone up. That's right. Okay, when he's ready, let's check on the jurors, see if they're ready. Please. When you get a chance, can you check on the jurors? Okay, well, let's get on the record with a few things. It is a little bit before 4, like 1 minute before 4 on Tuesday. We've got our prosecutors back. Mr. Watson is here with his lawyers. Ms. Scott is here with her lawyer. And we are in the midst of Mr. June's testimony. Mr. Dark was prepared to do some cross-examination. Mr. Abate, did you have something?
I just wanted to request the court if I could ask 3 more questions of Mr. June.
Sure.
To continue my direct before Mr. Dark gets started.
I have no issue with that. So you can ask those questions and then Mr. Dark will be able to ask his cross-examination questions.
Thank you.
So they're gonna knock on the door when they're ready? Oh, yeah, we're ready for them.
All right, jurors. Jurors are present and accounted for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone can be seated. Welcome back. We are still working through Mr. June's testimony. Mr. Abate has a few more questions he's going to ask, and then we'll pivot to Mr. Dark to see if he has any questions on behalf of Mr. Watson. Mr. Abate?
Yes, and I'm sorry, Mr. June, just a couple more questions.
Yes, sir.
You referenced at the beginning of your testimony that you had sold marijuana to someone that you knew as Red and Star.
Yes.
Remember that? It states that it's 296. Do you recognize that to be Star?
Yes.
And does that photograph that states in 296 fairly accurately depict how you knew Star to look?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This time around, it states a tender, what's the mark states that it's 296 evidence.
Mr. Dark, any objection? I don't know if you've seen 296, but let's get it over to you and then to Mr. Adams.
No objection.
Any objection, Mr. Adams?
No, Jack.
Okay, and so I'm clear, is star supposed to be, he referenced a red and a star, and did you connect that to anyone in particular? That's just how you knew them, star and red?
Yes.
That's it.
They two different people.
Got it, so that's star, that's all we know.
Yes.
Okay, got it, photo of star, it's admitted.
And Star, and then you've identified
Red.
Ms. Scott as Red.
Yes.
Do you remember telling the detective that they lived together in apartment 15? Or
Yes.
building 15?
On building 15 on that top row. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any further questions.
All right, now, Mr. Dark, if you have any questions for Mr. June, this is the time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. June.
How you doing, sir?
I am well. My name is Attorney Terrell Dark, and I am representing the defendant in this case. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things from your earlier testimony.
Yes.
So you said that you knew a star, a red, and the defendant. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to this incident, how many times had you encountered the defendant?
Few times.
Okay. Could you quantify, is that 3, 5, 10?
Four or five times maybe. If
Okay.
that.
All right. You said that you sold to the neighborhood, right?
Yes. I mean, when they came, yes.
Okay. So, and just to clarify that, you said on direct that you sold marijuana in the neighborhood and you sold to the neighborhood, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Did you ever sell to anyone outside of the neighborhood?
No, not that I can recall. No, sir.
Okay. All right. And I guess in the course of selling, you didn't ever ask anyone where they specifically lived, did you?
No. No.
Okay. So it's a possibility you could have sold to someone outside of the neighborhood?
Not if somebody in the neighborhood bought them in the neighborhood. I don't know. I can't recall.
Okay. Did you ever sell to anybody you didn't know?
No. No.
Okay. And when I say didn't know, I mean you knew their name, their face.
Everybody that I pretty much sold to, I knew their names and their face from living in that apartment complex, sir.
Okay. All right. And prior to this incident, you knew the defendant's name?
No, I didn't know his name. No, sir.
But you had sold to him before, right?
Yes.
Could you quantify how many times you think you may have sold to him before?
The same amount of time, because when you seen Star, you seen him.
Okay.
His sister.
So in your mind, he's connected to Star, right?
All of them connected to me. Red, Mr. Emmanuel, and Star.
When you say connected, meaning you typically see the three together.
Together, and they lived in the neighborhood.
All right. And I just want to clarify, but prior to this incident, you did not know his name?
Prior to the incident, I didn't know his name at all.
Okay. All right. I want to go to the robbery incident. That happened on the 19th, right?
Yes, sir.
About what time of day was that?
Morning, early morning, about 10.
About 10 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Give or take.
And you said that you had put your key in the doorway, right?
Yeah, I said that I put my key in the doorway, and the other person that was with Mr. Emmanuel, I couldn't identify him. He was somebody that I didn't know.
Okay.
And that's, Mr. Emmanuel didn't grab me. The other guy grabbed me and said, get that shit up.
Okay. All right. And were you locking your residence or were you
I was
leaving?
getting ready. I was getting ready to enter the door. I was getting ready to enter. But when I told him to come from up there, he didn't belong up there. By the time when I was when I seen him go up there with my friend, I told him to come down. And he came down, but when he came down, he went and got somebody else. So by the time he went around the corner and came back, because he came back real fast.
Okay.
So I had my key in the door. So I took my key, after they grabbed me, I took my key out the door.
What do you mean when you say you saw him go up there with your friend?
No, that's not what I said. sir.
Okay.
That's not what I said.
I'm sorry.
I said with my friend that asked me if I was okay because he seen what was going on and he asked me if I was okay.
Okay.
My friend, Pierre.
Okay.
So when Pierre went into where he was going at, where he was staying at, I went to where I was staying at. And again, when before all that took place, I told him to come from down there. You ain't had no business up there. And he went around the corner and got somebody. We ain't but 10, 15 steps, 15, 20 steps away.
So I guess I want to break it up and make sure I'm understanding because it's really important.
Yes.
So prior to this incident, you were with your friend Pierre.
No, again.
Okay.
I was standing outside with Pierre in the apartment complex where I lived at the time.
What time was that? What time of day?
9:30, early in the morning.
And that was on the 19th.
Give or take.
Okay. And then you left from?
Never left. Went into my apartment unit. I had left earlier in that day. So when I had came back, I had rats in my apartment.
Mm-hmm.
So again, I went to Ace Hardware. I went to Ace. I went and put my numbers in. A couple places that I had to show the investigator where I had went to. So when I came back, matter of fact, I think Mr. Pierre had went with me if I can recollect.
Mm-hmm.
He seen the guy because he told me, he said, man, you know somebody up vacant unit up there.
Mm-hmm.
So he asked me if I was okay.
Mm.
After I told him to come down, I said, yeah, I'm okay. He went in where he was staying at. I walked to my apartment.
Okay. And where does Pierre stay in relation to your apartment?
Like it's a building. It's the end of the building, like the entry of the apartment complex, the road. When you get ready to enter into the cul-de-sac where I stay, it's an in building. Because all of it's building related. So he was in this building. I'm over with Mr. Abadi. That's my building, or back to the wall. That's my building back over there. Let's say that beige is my building right there, from here to there.
And so you're saying originally you and Mr. Pierre were in that area and you saw?
He seen him and he told me, and I told him to come down from there.
So you yelled across a little bit of?
Yeah, I told him to come on down from there. You don't belong up there.
Okay.
He came down.
Okay.
Give or take.
How did you see him? Is there like a window or something over your apartment?
It's windows with no shades, just open window, no screens, no nothing. He was there for him to see, and I seen him.
Okay. And he was physically in one of the apartments, or is there a landing or something up there?
He was physically in the apartment, sir.
Okay. And that apartment is above your apartment?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No, not above. It's above me, but it's on the right of me because I'm
Okay.
down in 10A. So I guess that was D or something like that. I can't be certain how the lettering go.
Okay. Okay. So you come to your apartment, you put the key in the door, and then that's when everything happens with the robbery.
It happened real fast. Yes.
All right. All right. So describing the robbery, you said there were two gentlemen, the defendant and another guy who you could not identify.
Yes.
You said the other guy said, "Give me that shit," right?
He said, this is his exact words. Give me that shit, nigga.
Gotcha.
Grabbed me around my neck. So I took the key out the door because the key was in the door at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So I snatched the key back out the door so that they wouldn't have entry to the apartment with my lady in there.
Mhm.
And I fell to the floor after they grabbed me.
Do you recall what this other person looked like?
I don't know. I don't know,
Okay.
sir. I haven't seen him before.
Was he black, white, Hispanic?
He was black, of course.
Okay. Did you get any inclination as to how tall he might have been? Was he?
It all happened fast. All I know, he was a dark-skinned man, dark-skinned male. That's all I know. And he was young. That's all I know.
Gotcha.
I don't know no more about him. I never even seen him before until that day.
But you had seen my client before that day. Okay. Right. So in the process, you said at one point you were facing the door. That gentleman grabs you and throws you down.
Again, if your key is in your door, you're gonna be down to look at your key.
Mhm.
I don't know nobody can turn the key and not look.
Right.
So my head was down while I was turning the key.
Okay. At the time of the robbery, though, you said that you saw the defendant in this case.
Yes, sir.
Was that before when you were with Pierre, or was that when you had the key in the doorway?
Seen him both of the times.
Okay.
He was with the other dark-skinned guy that robbed me. That's how I knew it was him. He came with him.
All right. And you didn't call the police about that incident,
I
right?
didn't call it again because my lady was shook up. I was trying to console my lady.
Understood.
That was my first obligation. I was trying to get her together because she was.
And so at that time, you said they took your gun and your wallet.
Yes, sir.
And then when you got your wallet back, some other items had been removed.
Like my bank card, Marty card, stuff that I had to replace that I had to cancel out. That's the only reason why I'm sitting here right now, because I remembered all the steps I took. If it don't be for me recollecting everything that I had did that day for them to check, I guess I would be in jail. I don't know.
Gotcha. And then afterwards, you canceled the bank cards and all that, right?
Yes.
Did you ever inquire as to if there had been any attempted or unauthorized use on those?
I stopped. I just cut them off. They never called and said that they were trying to, because I get an alert if it was being used, so I just canceled them.
And you never got any alerts?
I never got any,
Okay.
I never got any alert after I called them folks to tell them to cancel it. After you cancel it, there ain't gonna be an alert.
Right. All right. What kind of firearm did they take from you?
A big gun.
Okay. Can you be a bit more descriptive? When did you buy the big gun?
I bought the gun about a week prior to this. It was a big gun. I never even had a chance to go to a gun range and try to use a gun like it. All I know was a big gun. It was a high caliber with high capacity.
Do you know what the caliber was?
No.
Where did you buy it from?
I bought it from the guy that used to work there named Wine, but he passed away.
What was his name?
Wine.
Wine, like a drink?
Not wine.
Okay.
Wine.
Juan.
W-A-U-N.
W-A-U-N. W-A-U-N. All right. All right. So you never actually used that big gun, right?
Never used it.
All right. And you don't know the caliber?
Don't know the caliber.
All right. Did you ever clean it?
I never even cleaned it.
All right. And Juan is since deceased?
He's deceased, yes, sir.
All right. And so you said after you were robbed, you went and got another gun?
Yes.
Okay. That very same day?
The very same day.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Sure did.
And where did you get that gun from?
From a friend of mine.
And what's his name?
Pierre.
Pierre.
Yep.
And what kind of gun did you get from Pierre?
Little small handgun, black handgun.
That's the gun that was recovered that
Yes,
they previous. So that's a 40 caliber.
Yes, sir.
All right. And how much did you pay for the 40 caliber?
And folks didn't want nothing to happen to me because I was okay with everybody.
Okay.
So I gave him a little nothing for the gun so that I can be protected. I had folks around there that wanted to protect me. I didn't have a lot of folks. I didn't have a whole lot of enemies that wanted to kill me or kill my lady.
Gotcha. So I want to break that down. I understand you, but I want to make sure the jury understands you. Are you saying you paid nothing for the gun?
Little or nothing. I didn't say nothing.
Okay.
I said a little or nothing.
Okay.
So
But you
which
don't-
was it? Was it a little or nothing?
About $20, $30 if I got to
Okay.
be direct.
You do have to be direct.
I'm
That's
being
that's
direct
what, all
now.
right. I
Yes.
appreciate it.
Okay.
Got it.
Yep.
All right. So you paid $20 or $30 for the 40 caliber.
Yes, sir.
All right.
If that.
Okay. If that, so it could have been less.
Could have been less. It's been 4 years ago.
Could have been free.
No, it wasn't free.
Okay. All right. So I want to focus a little more on you bought this 40 caliber about what time on the 19th?
After they robbed me, a short time after that, I needed protection for my household.
Can you narrow it down to a range or give me a specific time?
I can't narrow it down. When they did what they did, took out, I probably reacted and went and got a gun immediately.
Okay. All right. You testified on direct that once you were robbed, you went in the house and you and Rita had an engagement. Is that what happened, or did you go get a gun?
Rita and I never had we had an engagement, but she didn't make it to go to our engagement. She was killed.
No, I mean, I'm sorry. I don't mean engagement like an event. I mean, you guys interacted, you talked.
We talked all the time. That was my lady.
Okay. All right. So on the 911 call, you stated that somebody shot through the window, man. I don't know.
That was the question that they asked me. Who did it? I said, I don't know. I don't have a clue who did what.
Okay. And you went on to say they and them people.
Whoever it was that robbed me, it was his people.
But how do you know that?
Because my lady not here.
Okay. At another point, you testified on direct that guy over there was shooting. I guess presumably that guy being my client. You weren't in the room when the shooting took place, right?
No, I wasn't in that where my lady got killed at. No, I was in a different room. As I said in the what I said to the ADA.
Mm-hmm. In your room, is it situated next to her room or is it across? Like, can you just kind of lay that out for the jury a little more?
This would be her bedroom. Behind the wall that's between the rooms is my room, right directly behind it.
Did your room have any windows?
My room had a window.
And windows looked out, we now have seen, looked out
on the front side of the parking lot.
front. Okay, so that door that you had to go in to get to A, you're basically looking out as if you had walked out that door, front of the building, whereas Ms. Rita's looked out on the back of the building.
Back, yes,
Got
sir.
it. Okay.
All right. And so when you first heard the shooting, you said you called out to her, right?
I jumped up and I called her name. I thought she had accidentally turned the volume up on the TV because it was loud and glass was breaking. And I couldn't make out the sound other than just jump up and say, Rita! She don't answer.
Gotcha. Now, I recall you saying on direct that you had the gun the whole time you were consoling her.
Yeah, while she was on her dying bed, yes.
And that would have been when you were on the 911 call as well?
Yes, sir.
And at a certain moment on the 911 call, there's a knock at the door, and I guess that's when emergency services arrive?
I had to leave her again and go open the door.
Okay.
And who came first? Was it police or was it an EMT or a fireman?
EMTs.
EMTs?
EMTs. Ambulance people. Police came afterwards.
Ambulance people were first.
Ambulance people were first.
And so when you went to open the door, did you have the firearm still at that time or?
Probably did.
Okay.
I probably had it tucked in my pocket.
Okay.
It wasn't safe. It still wasn't safe because EMT was there. They may have came and shot while they was there. I would have shot while EMT was there. I'd have protected myself, man, at that point.
Understood. At what point did you place it in the clothes basket or what?
I placed it in the clothes basket. And when they made the apartment a crime scene, I believe the investigator or the detective came outside and asked me if I had a gun in the house, only because I had bullet shells on my nightstand. And I told him yes. He said, well, where's the gun? And I told him where the gun was at.
Okay.
Then he came back, he said, why I got blood on it? I said, because I was switching hands, which I probably was with dialing 911 and trying to compress my lady at the same time with towels. So I know my hands are bloody.
At the time of the shooting, when the police were there, EMT, you're on the 911 call, you didn't know who shot Rita, did you?
Not at the time, no.
Okay. When you were shown the, we call it a photo array, but it's the packet of pictures that you signed.
That I signed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which picture was first?
Your clients.
Okay. And did you recognize any of the other picture?
No, sir.
Okay.
Other than your client.
Okay. So you recognized him, you said?
Off the muscle.
Gotcha. Okay. You said at one point that you were very angry, right?
Still am, because my lady not here.
Right.
But she died for nothing.
Right.
Senselessly. Because a bullet shell came through the window. If they wanted me that bad, I was coming outside. They had to shoot through my window.
Yeah. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Adams, do you have questions for Mr. June?
Just one question, I want to clarify something. You were asked by the state if you had any interaction with Red after the incident.
Yes, I did.
When was that?
I had went to the mailbox because they have a mailbox in the center of the complex. I came out, she was trying to walk for me, like walk up on me. And I ain't looking for.
That's on the 20th?
No, that wasn't on the 20th. This was after the 20th.
The 21st?
I don't want to blurt out a date, but it happened. It occurred. I can't remember the date.
But it's not the date.
Not the date.
Of the shooting.
It was after the shooting, and everything had occurred. After everything occurred, that's what I want to say. Yes, sir.
You don't remember when?
No, I know it happened.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any redirect, Mr. Abadi?
I just have two questions. Mr. You.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jurors, prior to this and around this time, had you and Miss Rita talked about moving?
I went to, somebody had broke into our apartment, stole the TV in Rita's room, and stole change. So I said, I'll get a security screen for the back door. I got a security screen for the back door, and I bought Rita another TV. And we went to Rita's sister to try to get a loan to get up out of there because we felt something was going to happen. And sure enough, it did.
And defense counsel, Mr. Dark, asked you or talked to you a little bit about what happened during the armed robbery. Do you remember him talking to you about that?
Who?
Mr. Dark, the defense attorney.
Do I remember what he said to
A
me?
few seconds ago, he
Yeah.
asked you about the armed robbery and talked
Yes.
about the gunman and things of that.
Yes,
nature.
yes.
Do you remember saying on direct that the person you were not able to identify why he held you at gunpoint, that Mr. Watson, the defendant over there, went through your pockets?
Was packed my pocket, took my wallet out my back pocket, took my wallet while the other guy was holding me, and Mr. Watson took my gun.
Not any further questions, Judge?
All right, any recross or we good? We're good, okay. All right, jurors, if you've got questions for Mr. June, I know some of you have been writing them down, but if you want to write them down, now is the time. And Deputy Gordon will collect them, please. Thank you, sir. Yeah. All right, blue pen, there are lots and lots of cards, so you don't have to cram 9 questions on one card. Feel free to use multiple cards. Lawyers. All right, Mr. June, a few more questions. Did you ever fire your big gun you never had a chance to fire because it got taken from you? Your other gun that you got later that same day, did you ever fire it?
Never fired a gun.
Okay. Neither one of them.
Sir.
And the big gun that got taken from you, all you know is it's big. You don't know if it's a 357 Magnum or.
It's automatic. That's all I know. It was automatic, and it was silver. That's all I know.
Okay.
Because I didn't have it that long.
Got it. The silver big automatic gun that you had that was taken, was it loaded? Did it have ammunition in it?
It had it in the clip. It had a full clip. Never had a chance to use it, but it had a full clip.
Okay. And the robbery, when someone grabbed you and someone took your wallet, that involved how many people?
2.
And you knew one of the 2?
I knew one of the 2. Yes, Your Honor.
And that was?
Mr. Emmanuel.
I can't remember which gun it is, so you'll have to tell us, but one of the guns you acquired from someone who died pretty soon after you got the gun from him, is that correct? Did you testify earlier today, yeah, I got a gun from Juan or someone?
Yes, yes.
And then Juan's dead.
Juan's dead. He passed away.
Which gun? Big gun?
Big gun. The big gun.
The big one that got taken from you?
Yes, sir.
You got from Juan?
Yes, sir.
And Juan died?
Juan, he just died recently.
Oh, he didn't die right after you got the gun from him.
No, he died just recently from something that he was going
Got it. So I misheard it as well. He died within the week, as in this week,
yeah.
Not within the week you got the gun.
Right.
Juan's been with us for a while.
Been with us for a while.
Just died.
But he's gone now.
All right. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. Another good friend of mine. And mind you, he worked at the apartment complex.
Okay. Did Ms. Jones have an appointment, whether with the doctor or at the clinic she was going, the morning she got shot? So 5 a.m.
That we never got a chance to. I never got a chance to take her.
That's not the question.
Yes.
I don't know what day of the week it was. Would you, had you made it to 5 a.m. and everyone was still alive, would you have taken her to the clinic that morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were robbed on the 19th.
Yes.
And you did not call 911 about that?
No, I didn't. I was going to wait till the next day, only because Rita was real bipolar, so I had to talk to her, man, you know, so that's what I did, Your Honor.
Okay, tell the jurors the best you can recall about how your gun, the second gun, the one that's right here, made it into the laundry basket, if it was on you, in your hands, et cetera. How did it make it into the laundry basket?
Before the police got there, I put my gun in the basket, in the laundry basket. The intern came outside and asked me if I had a gun. I told him yes. I told him, he said that the gun had blood on it. Why does it have blood on it? I said, because I was on top of my baby, probably moving from hand to hand. I'm on the phone, I got towels, so I'm trying to hold the phone. I'm holding my gun, but I'm looking back like this. So I'm trying to watch our backs, because if something would have came in, I would have shot it.
Can you tell the jurors where the laundry basket was? Was it in your bedroom, so the one that faces or has a window out to the front, or was the laundry basket in Ms. Jones's bedroom where the shooting happened?
Faced out to the front of, in my room, facing out the front.
Okay, so that picture we saw with the chest of drawers and the laundry basket, that's your room.
That's my room. Yes,
and you went in there to put the gun in the laundry basket.
Before the police and everybody arrived.
Different room from the bed with blood on it.
Yes, Your Honor. But it was the same blood on the gun, but I just put it in my basket.
Okay. You mentioned when answering a question from Mr. Adams that you and Red saw each other, or at least you saw her, but it was after the shooting. Something about the mailboxes.
Yeah, this was after everything my lady had got killed. I didn't have nowhere to go, and I was just going in the neighborhood to check my mailbox. I seen her. She come trying to walk up on me. I ain't got nothing to talk to you about.
Okay. If you had to guesstimate how many days separated, if
I guesstimate because she was in jail a good period of time. So it was after she got out of jail.
So this wasn't the day after the shooting or the next day. We're talking a few days, a few weeks.
Probably about a week or so, a week or two afterwards. You know?
Okay. You described to the jury that I think the number was 4 or 5, but you can tell them what you remember. 4 or 5 times that you ever saw Mr. Watson.
On several occasions.
Yep.
Yes, Your Honor.
Were those always instances when either he or Red or Star were buying weed from you, or
all the time? They always they live together, so that's how they roll.
Okay, so sometimes you saw them because they were coming to buy.
But no, and sometimes I would see him in passing.
Okay, in any of your interactions with the threesome, the trio,
yes.
Was it ever hostile, or they were threatening you, or you were threatening them?
What happened was Red came and knocked on my door and asked me to give her $20 credit. That's where all this crap started from, and I gave her $20 credit worth of weed.
Okay. When she did that, was Mr. Watson with her, or it was just
Red?
Red?
She did it on her own. I had asked her about it.
Had Mr. Watson ever been inside your apartment?
No, sir. No, sir.
Had Red or Star ever been inside your apartment?
No.
So when you're doing a transaction,
I go in the hallway.
Okay, they may knock on the door at A, you go out into that foyer area.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Abadi, do you have any follow-up for Mr. June?
One, you talked about directing on cross, your room and Miss Rita's room. I just want to clarify, when you say you had separate rooms, it was rooms where you could watch TV and she could watch TV, but you slept in the same bed.
Sometimes I sleep in there, sometimes she sleep in my room. It was just one of those things where she might go to sleep. I might be looking at a program.
Okay.
It's her TV. And I don't watch what she watch. So I stay over and watch TV in my other room.
Mr. Dark, any other questions for Mr. June? Mr. Adams?
No.
Mr. June, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
We need to fit in one more witness. You'll understand a little bit more why when the witness is called, but we need to try to get through this witness today if we can. Mr. Abadi, your next witness is?
Mr. Elijah Hunter.
All right. Oh, we need to approach. We were just outside. We're going to talk now? All right. Can they bring Mr. Hunter out while we're doing this, or do we need to talk first?
Let's talk first.
Okay. Hold on. Okay, we are ready for the witness, please. And did you say this is Mr. Austin or Mr. Hunter?
Mr. Hunter.
Okay. They need your help? Hey, Mr. Hunter, come this way, please. Come over to Deputy Gordon. If you'll turn and face him for a sec before you take a seat.
You swear affirm that the testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth of God. Lord, you have a seat. Say and spell your name for the record.
Elijah Hunter.
Mr. Hunter, I need you to move a little closer to the microphone so we can hear you. The sooner we hear you, the sooner you can get out of here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hunter. We'll get this out of the way. You don't want to be here, right?
Nah,
Why not?
cause I really don't know what it, I don't know nothing about it. They made me come, so like,
Now, can you tell me, where do you work or what do you do for a living?
I was doing security. I'm a contract supervisor.
Okay, and back in October of 2020, were you doing security at 532 Cleveland Avenue?
Yeah.
Okay, and did you also live in that apartment complex, the Pavilion Place apartment?
Yes.
And had you lived there for a number of years?
Around that time, I was staying about about a year.
Okay, and how long had you been working at the complex about that time in October of 2020?
2 years.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, as the security officer, the security personnel on the grounds, kind of what did you do on a daily basis and what were your hours of work?
Just ride through, check the vacant units, make sure the contractors work, send the pictures of the work that they do to the owner. And I work from 9 in the morning till 5. I get off and I go back from 4 to 12.
Were you the only security person or was there a team?
At that time, I was the only one.
And back on October 20th of 2020, did you, or let me back up, on October 19th, let me ask a better question. Do you know a man, Spencer June?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, and did you know him from your work and living in the complex?
Yeah.
Okay, and on October 19th of 2020, did the groundskeeper provider give you Mr. June's wallet?
Yeah, yeah, I think so. I did find his wallet. Yeah.
Okay, and after you found it or
somebody
given
gave it
to you, did you give it back to Mr. June?
Yeah.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors if you can recall when you gave Mr. June back his wallet? Where was it when you found it?
I didn't find it. Somebody else found it, and I knew it was and gave it to me. It was so wild. I really don't remember most of it.
The person who found it and gave it to you, did he also work as the groundskeepers or keeper at the complex?
I think so, yeah.
You remember his name?
I can't recall.
Okay. And the person who found it and gave it to you, does he still work there today?
I just remember somebody. I don't even remember who gave it to me.
And are you still working as security there?
I'm a contract supervisor still.
Okay.
At the same place?
Yeah.
You're saying you don't know if the same groundskeeper guy is there?
We have new groundskeepers out now.
So the person who worked as a groundskeeper back in 2020, that you can't remember his name, doesn't work there now?
I probably remember later, like right off the bat. I can't really, because we done ran through so many grounds around that time.
Did a gentleman that you knew as Dion ever work as the groundskeeper back in 2020?
Yeah, I don't remember. Honestly, like, I don't want to say yeah or no and be lying, so I don't know.
And after you gave the wallet back to Mr. June, did he tell you about being robbed at gunpoint?
I don't know what he was saying. I know he was saying somebody robbed him. Yeah.
And did he describe to you what the people look like black, young, male?
I say young. Like, I don't really know.
Did he indicate whether they're black and their sex?
It's young dudes.
Okay. And in talking with Mr. June, did he describe to you that they ran towards building 15?
I don't recall.
Okay, and do you remember talking to, after all this happened, and Ms. Rita was killed, do you remember talking to Detective Malone, shortly thereafter, in the middle of the day on October 20th?
I can't recall who the person was I talked to. I had a few people came, asked me questions about it, showing pictures and stuff.
Okay, so regardless of names, do you recall talking to members of the Atlanta Police Department?
Yeah.
Okay, and talking with detectives, do you remember describing to the detectives your interaction with Mr. June?
What type of interaction?
When you, the interaction you had with him, when you gave him back his wallet, the conversations you had?
I don't recall.
Remember him talking, do you remember talking to the detectives about your job as the security officer?
Like we spoke, I guess. I know we probably talked something about my job, but you gotta remember that was like 4 years ago.
Okay.
Plus, like,
So
I'm not ain't too tough.
Okay. I know it's been some time, but did you know Miss Rita, Mr. June's significant other partner?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, and did you, back in October of 2020, learn that she died, was shot to death?
Yeah.
Okay, and you remember talking to the detectives about that and after she was killed?
Yeah, I think it was a couple days, a day before after, something like that.
So that was a court reporter asking you to speak up a little bit. That microphone can be your friend if you want to lean towards it, or you can use that outside security voice you have.
All right.
All right.
It's not gonna bite you. All right, so it's fair to say you recall talking to the detectives about the apartment complex and the death of Miss Rita, correct?
Yeah.
And in your conversations with the detectives, would you agree that you told them about Mr. June's wallet that was stolen and you gave it back? Remember that?
I really don't remember.
Okay. So you don't remember telling the detectives, Detective Malone, on October 20th of 2020, that you and Mr. June spoke about the robbery and he indicated that they ran towards building 15. You don't remember saying that?
I remember he telling me somebody robbed him. I don't remember like the building they said he ran to. And I just remember you saying some young dude robbed him. He think he know who it was.
And do you also not recall telling Detective Malone about who you knew lived in apartment 15L?
I remember telling who I knew lived there.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors, who did you tell Detective Malone?
I know who lived in every apartment out
there. Okay, so who did you tell them that Detective Malone lived in apartment 15L?
I think I said Red.
Okay, who else?
I don't remember, but I know that's the one I know who was staying there.
Okay, do you remember telling Detective Malone that not only did you know Red lived there, but Red's girlfriend, Jeffriana, lived there with her?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object. I just feel like it's leading. I understand.
We've got a tricky dynamic here, so I don't disagree with you, but I'm going to give Mr. Abate some leeway in the way he forms the questions. In the same way, you'll be cross-examining, in theory, this witness, but I wouldn't call this a neutral witness right now. So, but I'm not discouraging you from objecting again. We're working through a scenario where there's probably a report that says X happened, and so Mr. Abate is navigating that.
Do you remember telling the detective that person that lived with Red, her name was Jeffriana?
I don't know the names. There's no faces.
Okay, and I guess tell me this: you said Red? You knew Red lived in the apartment. Did she live by herself?
To be honest, they showed me pictures, and I just pointed at the pictures.
Okay, well, we'll get there. You said you know everybody, or you know of who lives in every apartment because you're security, right? You just said. So did Red live there alone back in October of 2020?
I understand she was there alone.
What?
She was alone.
Okay. So today your understanding is she was there alone.
I knew, on lease wise, yeah.
So I appreciate you answering the question technically. So I understand that you're saying that Red was the only person on the lease, but in your monitoring the property and being the security guard during that time, did you see Red with another female that you would recognize, and you said you recognized her face?
Well, I see a lot of people out there.
Okay, and at that time, did you see her with a lot of people or just one female that you knew to be her girlfriend?
I don't know if girlfriend or not, though, but I know she got friends.
Okay, and are one of them a specific female that you were able to identify a picture?
I want to know if her name was, but I could identify a picture like somebody. The picture that they showed me, like I identified.
Okay, and the picture that they showed you, did you identify a man, a woman?
It was a woman.
Okay, and when you identified that woman, what were you identifying that woman for?
But I done seen her out here on the property.
With Red?
Not specifically with Red, just I done seen her on the property.
Do you remember what you told Detective Malone about the woman that you're describing today you've seen on the property as it relates to her younger brothers or juvenile siblings that were around? Okay, so is it your testimony today you don't remember telling Detective Malone anything about the siblings of the person who hung around Red, the female? No? Okay, you don't remember telling the detectives that you knew that not only was Jeffriana staying with Red, but that her younger brother.
Who is that? Who is Jeffriana? Like you started saying that.
Well, let's just cut to the chase. Do you remember?
You know, I would just object. I would object on the basis of leading, ask and answer. I get that counsel is, I guess, attempting to explore a line of questioning, but I thought we would get there a bit sooner if this is impeachment or something. I think he's there. He could have impeached the witness by now. So.
Okay, I think he's about to. He just said he's gonna cut to the chase, and I was encouraged by that.
I think my line of questioning wasn't.
I'm following.
So I want you to look at section 288 and flip through the first page and then the 6 photos behind it.
So you look at all the photos?
Mm-hmm.
Is this 289 maybe? 288 was already admitted through Mr. June.
I apologize, it is 288.
Okay.
Okay, do you remember the detectives reading the admonition form and showing you that photo lineup that you just looked through and stated 289?
I can't say I remember all these photos. You
Not the
bringing me
photo.
stuff.
Listen to my question. We get out of here quicker, okay? Do you remember the detective showing you a photo lineup and reading you an admonition like the one that states in 289 before you looked at the photos? Okay. And do you see anywhere where it says your name on states in the 289?
Was this supposed to be 289?
The whole thing is 289. If you look at the first page, is that the first page, go back to the first page. First page, that's the second page. There you go. Is your name on there, a signature, anything down towards the bottom?
And then flip to the second page. You see a marking below the photograph?
A marking?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you make that?
No.
Okay. Did the detective make that in front of you?
I don't remember marking nothing, honestly.
Do you recognize which is admitted? Do you recognize State Exhibit 289 as you've gone through it, as what you were shown by the detective back in October of 2020? Yes or no?
Yeah, I recognize. Okay. I recognize.
And is it fairly and accurately depict,
familiar.
based on your memory, what the detective what was shown to you by the detective back in 2020 in October?
What you just asked me?
Does this fairly and accurately represent what you remember with photographs and what you were read back in October of 2020? Yes or no?
Do I remember the pictures?
So the question is the document you're holding a fair copy of what you and the detective looked at and discussed back in October of 2020? Is it pretty much the same thing? Maybe a photocopy of it, but is this the same thing you saw before?
I guess so.
Okay.
The second, the statement tender was marked as State Exhibit 289 in evidence.
Mr. Dark, any objection to states 289?
No objection.
Mr. Adams? Admitted.
Now, you flipped through the pages in State Exhibit 289. You stopped at the first picture. And you opened State Exhibit 289, the first picture.
Say open it?
Open it. And you said that you recognize the first picture. Who do you recognize that person to be?
I just recognize him.
And how do you recognize it?
To be out there on the property. I recognize this person here. I recognize, like.
Okay, you recognize a lot of people.
Yeah.
You're the security officer, right? And your job is to know who comes in and out of the property, correct?
Yes.
And you did your job, isn't that right?
Right.
And you've done it since. You worked there prior, you worked there during October 2020, and you still work there now, correct? And you're still doing the same job.
Yeah, I'm actually just a supervisor now. Yeah,
Because
I do security.
you're the supervisor because you're incredibly good at your job, right?
Right.
Okay, and you, do you recall after the detective showed you that photo array, the lineup that you looked at, you identified the first photo as the person who was living with Red, Miss Scott, at the time of this incident? Yes or no?
It's a possibility. Like, I just know she was, I don't know if she was living there or not, but I know I used to see her out there.
Okay. And do you remember after you made your identification that you refused to sign the first page out of fear of retaliation?
Cause really I don't know what was going on. Like, I don't want nothing getting pinpointed at me because I don't know nothing. I ain't see nothing. I just go by hearsay. So it's like, I didn't want to get caught up in nothing, honestly.
So is that a yes or a no? You didn't sign it because of why? You didn't want to get caught up in this?
I didn't sign it because I just didn't sign it.
And did you know that your interaction with Detective Malone was audio recorded?
Mm-mm.
No. Okay. And do you remember describing to Detective Malone how and why you not only recognized the lady in the first photograph?
I just explained to you.
Hold on, I gotta finish my question. Do you remember telling Detective Malone not only that you recognized the person, first photograph in 289, but how you recognized her and how you recognized her younger brother?
I don't know about the younger brother and none of that.
And do you not remember telling the detective that you recognized everybody because there have been several incidents related to fighting at 15L? Okay.
I don't recall. I probably had some incidents, but
an incident would be something that you'd be interested in because you're security, right? It wouldn't be uncommon that you would be aware of any conflict or any issues that are going on in the complex, right? You just don't want to talk about them here today.
if it's something that I wouldn't know, somebody will bring it to my attention later on or something, and I'll go check in. But nothing right now.
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Mr. Dark, do you have questions for Mr. Hunter?
Mr. Hunter, what hours do you work?
From 9 to 5, and I leave and come back 8 to 12.
Were you on shift October 19th, 2020? Would you recall?
What day was it?
I'm not sure.
It was the weekend, no.
Okay. Did you witness an armed robbery? Did you witness a shooting? Okay, nothing further.
Mr. Adams, do you have any questions for Mr. Hunter?
No.
Okay, any redirect?
Can you tell the jurors what are the hours that you worked again?
9 to 5, 8 to 12.
8 to 12. So you don't work at 5 o'clock in the morning?
Questions from the jurors for Mr. Hunter? Seeing no, oh, we got one. Okay, Deputy Gordon. Thank you. Counsel. Oh, great. Yeah. Started. So I'm good to go with these. Yes. Mr. Hunter, did Mr. June, maybe you knew him as Spencer, you know who I'm talking about? Yeah?
June.
Yeah. Did he tell you that he got robbed?
Yeah.
Did he say, I got robbed at gunpoint, or they had knives, or how did he describe it?
They say some young dudes robbed.
Some young dudes robbed him. As a security guy for the apartment complex, did you call 911 when someone handed you a wallet saying, hey, I found this guy's wallet?
No, I knew who wallet it was.
How'd you know whose wallet it was?
Because they had his picture on it.
Okay, that's good detective work. When he told you, Mr. June said, hey, I got robbed, did you call 911 since you're the security guy?
No, because it didn't happen. Like at the time, I don't know when it happened or what time it happened.
You wouldn't have anything to tell
I
him?
wouldn't know what to tell him or anything. So I think I probably would have told him to call and do a report.
Tell Mr. June, hey, you should call the police.
Do a report.
Okay. Did you have any obligation to report to the property management folks, hey, we had a robbery on the property?
They got to report to them. Because I report everything that happened on the property to the property.
So you would have reported what Mr. June told you to the property folks?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Abadi, anything else for Mr. Hunter?
I know.
Mr. Dark?
Nothing further.
Mr. Adams? All right. Which way does he have to go right now? I'll sign some paperwork. Can he go with you?
I'm not about to do my job.
You got to sit tight for a sec, all right? You could have made this easier for yourself. Which way do you want him to go? With you? All right, go towards the guy in the orange tie. But don't take that thing with you. There you go, leave that right there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end for the day. I appreciate you staying a little after 5, but by you staying a little after 5, Mr. Hunter got to go out the happy door instead of the sad door he came out of, which is good. He came and testified. Couple things, need you back here by 9 tomorrow. We cannot start if one of you is missing, and you all will quickly figure out who the one is who's missing. So if you're running late, there's traffic, your car's broken down, whatever it is, call that number I gave you to let us know you're in a pickle, and we won't panic. If we don't hear from you, we start working the phones and then dispatching deputies, et cetera. And it's always awkward when you come to your front door in pajamas at 9:30 and there's a deputy saying, hey, you had to be here at 9. We'll run for a full day tomorrow. I'm going to ask the lawyers how much progress they think they made. Are we on track to getting you the case on Thursday, or would it be Friday morning, or what? That'll mostly come from the prosecutors right now. Tonight, remember, no outside research. You've demonstrated you know how to ask questions. You ask good questions, they get answers, and you address it that way. So please don't get online and look something up, and don't engage with folks in your life outside of court about what happened today, other than to say, look, I'm in the middle of jury duty. I'll be done soon and I'll tell you about it. If your employer is bugging you, I'll be done soon and I'll tell you about it. But you need to not interact with folks concerning the nature and circumstances of this case. Any questions about tomorrow? What time will we try to be here? 9. Excellent. We'll be ready, and we hope to see all 14 smiling faces tomorrow morning. If you'll go with Deputy Gordon.
All right, adjourned. Yes. Okay.
Mr. Abadi, if you'd come get 289, whatever number it is, please. Anything else from the state for today?
There you go.
How are we doing timeline wise? You're gonna fill up tomorrow and some of Thursday?
Maybe a little bit Thursday, definitely on schedule.
Okay, and you don't have any witness conflicts you're aware of for tomorrow? In other words, you can fill tomorrow with witnesses?
Yes.
Okay.
We're working on the digital capabilities of Mr. Austin at the Henry County facility.
Okay, great. Oh yeah, what did you learn? He is locked down through the trial, so it would have to be a virtual appearance.
Yes, he was, I guess, diagnosed with COVID the 19th of January. So
Okay. So he'll be there for a while, and then you're seeing what Henry County can do for us technologically.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Okay. You would like at least 2 deputies to stick around for a couple minutes so that there can be another conversation.
Yes.
We'll do that. Mr. Adams, anything on behalf of Ms. Scott?
No, I just want to see what happens.
You are welcome to stay. Ms. Scott's welcome to stay too. You're going to need to be outside the room for a little bit while there's a private conversation. But I'll need both of you back here. What time tomorrow? 9. You got it. Okay.